Dziękuję. Dzięki.
Okay, I think you can start. So good afternoon and a warm welcome to this web conference on the implementation of the CDSM directive organized by the Horizon 2020 project Recreating Europe. It is my pleasure to welcome our distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Raquel Chalabarder, and the first Advocate General of the Court of Justice, Professor Maciej Spunar, and our stellar lineup of chairs and discussants to range from renowned academics to eminent representatives of stakeholders, all deeply involved in the copyright debate. This conference has two main goals. One is, of course, to discuss the first effects of the CDSM directive and its implication for the future of EU copyright law, now that the deadline for its implementation has expired. The second is to discuss, through this lens, the midterm results of the research conducted by Recreating Europe in 4 key areas touched by the directive: exceptions and limitations, author remunerations, platform liability and content filtering, and preservation of cultural heritage. Recreating Europe has been launched in January 2020. It's a consortium of 10 partners, leaders in their fields, coordinated by Sant'Anna Pisa. The project stems from the observation of 4 phenomena triggered by the evolution of digital markets and by the regulatory and market pitfalls linked to the EU harmonizations in the field. These are, first, copyright complexity caused by the deep interconnection between copyright and other policy realms, from media and cultural policies to fundamental rights, social rights, internet regulation, and so forth. Second, knowledge gap on key drivers and dynamic in the field. Third, the awareness gap suffered by stakeholders and the general public. And as a final consequence, what we call the relinquishment of copyright, either via piracy or via other coping business strategies. We face each of these phenomena with a wide range of research output and engagement activities. We address copyright complexity by adopting a cross-disciplinary approach, which involves law, economics, sociology, geography, business and management studies, and also digital and computational methods. We tackle the awareness gap by involving with participatory research tools the 5 key groups of stakeholders, as you will see later. Then we try to fill the knowledge gap by adopting 3 lines of actions. First, an unprecedented cross-national mapping and analysis of market dynamics and multi-level regulatory responses, which generate multiple datasets on access, consumption, distribution, production, remuneration of creative and cultural content, with a particular emphasis on neglected subjects such as disabled individuals and minorities. Second, we develop innovative methods to measure the impact of digital markets on production and consumption of cultural and creative goods and services. Third, we offer a legal, technological, and economic mapping and evaluation of content filtering technologies. The product of all this, and that's the final step of our activity, is the channeling of our results into policy recommendations for legislators and best practices for stakeholders, which are all directed to remedy this copyright relinquishment I discussed before by removing the bottlenecks which are created by copyright for digital access, accessibility, creativity, and in general for the exploitation of all the untapped opportunities that are offered by the digital single market. Recreating Europe is already having 3 levels of impact. We offer policymakers useful data on national regulatory responses and market dynamics, which can be used for ex-post impact assessments and also new measurement tools and evidence-based policy recommendations for future reforms. Then we assist stakeholders in navigating through regulatory and market pitfalls by offering them best practices, training toolkits, events to raise awareness, and opportunities to create collaboration between market actors. Last but not least, our impact is also on the society as a whole, since we strive to raise awareness in the general public on the needs of cultural and creative industries in order to mitigate the aversion against copyright. In the public interest, our policy recommendations also converge towards the proposals of strategies to create a better copyright balance, which, since it also fosters cultural diversity, may contribute to the move towards a closer union. Recreating Europe is organized around 5 stakeholder-based clusters of research activities: end users, individual authors and performers, creative industries, cultural institutions, and intermediaries. Today, we are going to hear from almost all the teams, since the implementation of the CDSM directive touched all of them. And the conference, as you could see for the program, is structured in 3 parts. We will start with 2 keynotes from Professor Chalabarder and Advocate General Spooner, the first on the aftermath of the CDSM, the second on the role of the Court of Justice in shaping the future of EU copyright harmonization. And then we'll have 10 minutes for Q&A from the audience, for which I invite you all to jot down your questions in the chat. I will collect them and present them all together for the sake of time. This will be followed by an intermezzo where Martin Kretschmer and Paul Keller will illustrate 2 trackers of national implementations of the CDSM directive, recently developed, one by Creating Recreating Europe, the other by Communia with the cooperation of Recreating Europe. And both Martin and Paul will also reflect in general on the CDSM as a whole and the implications stemming from its implementation. Then we will move to 4 thematic panels, all similarly structured. We have 1 chair, 2 Recreating Europe presenters, and 2 discussants who will be introduced later by the chairs. After the first panel, we will have a 15 minutes virtual coffee break. Feel free simply to switch off your camera and go away, or if you want to mingle and chit chat with other participants, you can hop around the dedicated breakout rooms, which we created on purpose to be able to network a bit. The event will be recorded and it will be uploaded on your YouTube channel, on our YouTube channel at the end of next week. So stay tuned and don't worry if you are not able to attend the full event, since it will run until 6, because there will be anyway the opportunity to catch up. Without further ado, because I already robbed too much time from this wonderful discussion that it's ahead, let me introduce our first keynote speaker, although none of them actually need any introduction. Raquel Chalabarder is Professor of Intellectual Property at the Universitat Oberta de Catalunya, and she is one of the most renowned experts of European and comparative copyright law and internet law. She is a member of the European Copyright Society since its onset, Vice President of ALAI Spain, and I would say that she's a point of reference in the scholarship for the assessment of the evolving provisions on copyright contract law in the EU, with an even a very interesting eye on the social implications of copyright regulation in Europe and overseas. She's also a very prolific author in the area of EU copyright harmonization, with a recent focus on the CDSM directive. So there is no one better than her to introduce the topic of today and give us critical perspective on where do we stand and where shall we go in EU copyright harmonization after the CDSM directive. Raquel, many thanks once again for having accepted our invitation to ask you, speaker. I'm really glad to have you here, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Caterina, and thank you for your very nice and undeserved words. Thank you for inviting me here. Thanks the team of Recreating Europe, which is looks like an awesome project. I'll be very happy to keep an eye on it and see the results of it. Thank you for inviting me to be part of this awesome program and to be in the company of these leading copyright scholars from all over the world, and also especially to share these few introductory words with Advocate General Spooner, which is always a pleasure to see and listen to. It's an honor to be with you all here today. I've been assigned a great title, and also since I'm the first one to be speaking here, it gives me the chance to talk about basically anything. But seeing the wonderful panels that will follow, I will basically stick to perhaps 3 issues if I have the time. First, I'll briefly address the title that's been assigned to me. Where are we? What's next? Second, if you indulge me, I would like to make some personal comments about the directive and the implementation challenges of it, which, as Katerina was saying, time is up and we haven't implemented it yet, not everywhere. And then I would like to share some thoughts about issues that are not in the directive, but I think we should be keeping a close eye on it. So where are we? We're still in the same place, right? This is a far-reaching directive, very different from the initial surgical directives that we had at the very beginning. We were building the EU acquis, yet we still have 27 national laws that are being harmonized with directives that provide a fragmented harmonization that is not always airtight, right? There's gaps and glitches everywhere, and that allow member states a lot of leeway in the implementation process. So at the end of the day, we continue to deal with a corpus of non-uniform national laws that may certainly hamper the proper functioning of the internal market. And I don't foresee that after implementing this directive, the scenario is going to be very different. And in this scenario, we are all very much aware of the very important role that the Court of Justice has to play. And of course, we have Advocate General Spooner, who's far better positioned than me to talk about this. But I would like to share with you a couple of thoughts, very personal thoughts, opinions. The Court of Justice has proven to be an important player, not only interpreting, but also completing the harmonization of the EU acquis, filling the gaps, and even going beyond the formal legislative harmonization. For instance, one of my favorite, qualifying exceptions and limitations in Article 5 of the InfoSoc Directive or other provisions as autonomous concepts of EU law that may set aside any national exceptions and limitations which are narrower in scope. That, to me, is a key success in the harmonization of EU copyright acquis. And that's an example. So many others we could pick among. But at the same time, let's all be aware that what the Court of Justice do is they play with the tools they have, right? For instance, and let me bet that if secondary liability had been a matter of EU acquis, they would have no need to stretch the concept of communication to the public to the extent that it makes it almost unrecognizable and sometimes even ridiculous to explain to our students. Think of Filmspelle, right? I do not know what communication to the public is anymore. But in any case, I do hope that the Court of Justice continues to do what they've been doing so far to reinforce and expand the EU acquis, because their role is certainly paramount in navigating the harmonized, non-uniform EU copyright laws. So what is next? Well, of course, a unitary title, a regulation on copyright, right? We all would like to see that happen within our lifetimes. But that even a copyright regulation would not solve all our problems. It would present different problems, right? I remember we addressed some of these issues at the European Copyright Society conference that we organized a few years ago. I think it was Paris. But we would still have different problems, right? Would that regulation preempt national copyright laws? What issues would be subject to one or another? How would we transition to that? How would they, different EU regulation and copyright national laws, if maintained, coexist? And how would these different layers impact on the national cultures and on the national markets? Because despite we have an internal market, we still have national markets subject to very different ecosystems. So Article 118 allows for it. but we do not dare to go there. And I think it was the commission not too long ago that was saying this is a long-term target, right? So until that happens, if ever, we will remain in the same place before and after this directive. We are harmonizing directives, we are harmonizing national law with directives, and we are relying on the Court of Justice to do its job as I call, as an oracle, right? That was the first comment I wanted to do regarding the title that I've been assigned. A second comment, and if you indulge me, I was saying, let me pick a bit, cherry pick several issues about the copyright in the Digital Single Market Directive that we will have plenty of time to talk about it in the following panels. A few good things may be said about this directive. Some of us have been criticizing, but there's very good things in it. For instance, opening up the path for a mandatory uniform, because sometimes mandatory is used in different contexts. I would say uniform exceptions and limitations is very good news. I hope this opens a new trend in the harmonizing EU acquis. We cannot only harmonize rights, we also need to harmonize exceptions and limitations. The Court of Justice already did its bit, but we need to continue growing a statutory body of uniform exceptions and limitations. Text and data mining in Article 3, absolutely necessary, especially in view of how widely we've been interpreting the scope of the exclusive right of reproduction and how restrictively we've been interpreting the temporary copying exception, right? But Article 3 is a pity because as long as it only deals with purposes of scientific research, I fear that it will not be enough. It will not be enough when compared with far more generous TDM, text and data mining provisions like the ones in Japan, or the fair use in the US, where machine reading to extract information and to do something with it, something different than further exploiting the work as a work, machine reading is fair use. So I fear that even after the implementation of the very welcome Article 3, and even the possibility to do something with Article 4, an optional limitation, the European Union will remain at a competitive disadvantage. E-learning, of course, a mandatory exception for digital and cross-border teaching, absolutely necessary. This is a topic that I've been devoting a big part of my academic production and my heart, I would say, and I'm very happy to see this result. But again, it could have been better. One possible danger that I see, the possibility to derogate from it when adequate licenses are easily available in the market. We all understand the need to avoid a negative economic impact in countries where the teaching of digital use, the licensing digital teaching uses is already available and is working efficiently. That's the Nordic countries, the UK, which at that time when the proposal was, that was also part of the impact assessment. But I believe that this compromise solution misses an important point, which is that the essence of an exception or a limitation is to prevent the prohibition of the teaching use, not so much to prevent the remuneration, which is perfectly possible under a limitation. So let's see how national governments endure the lobbying pressure to set aside this teaching exception. But let's say we could have done better here, achieving the same results without risking the whole mandatory exception. Another danger that we end up, depending on how the exception is implemented, we may end up having two layers of exceptions and limitations for teaching purposes that coexist at a national level for analog teaching uses and for digital cross-border teaching uses. That also would lead us to a place we don't want to be, or at least a more difficult place than we have now. Let me also point out another danger that I foresee, a more general danger regarding exceptions and limitation. And I'm sure that we will address this issue at in the upcoming panels. The idea that exceptions and limitations can be contracted out. In my opinion, exceptions and limitations are and should remain mandatory norms. Article 7.1 of the Copyright Digital Single Market Directive already states it clearly, but only partially. It says only for these new mandatory exceptions and limitations, and only regarding contractual provisions to the contrary. So instead, it seems that copyright owners may continue to implement TPM, technological protection measures, and prevent exempted uses. And this is so the aftermath of the poor judgment that Article 6.4 in the InfoSoc Directive did, and its basic reinstatement by Article 7.2 of the current directive. It's a slippery slope that the EU acquis has been walking for years, and I think it should be stopped now better than later. When an exception is justified and drafted accordingly, it should be mandatorily applied. Otherwise, we're risking of upsetting the internal balance of copyright laws and ultimately diminishing its justification. Do I still have 5 minutes? I think yes. Another good thing, right? Contract rules and the remuneration of authors and performers. We've been reluctant to harmonize contract law within copyrights. We tend to say, oh, that's already being addressed by national laws. We don't need to harmonize. But now we have seen the significant European dimension of the problem, as the directive says, and we have introduced these 5 beautiful provisions, uniform, mandatory, which are meant to strengthen the position of authors when they contract out their rights and help to secure fair remuneration for them. It's good news, indeed, but the work is not finished yet. Member states must now effectively secure that remuneration, not only through the principle of appropriate and proportionate remuneration in Article 18 and the several different mechanisms that they have at their disposal, but also when deciding the thresholds of exceptions regarding these other provisions. So, and here, let me just point out the danger of copy pasting. There is a tendency I can see in national transposition of copy pasting the provisions in a directive. Copy pasting makes life easier for national legislators, of course, and some provisions must be copy pasted, don't get me wrong. But sometimes a verbatim transposition will not always be enough. And when transposing these rules on the contract rules, this last chapter in the directive, I think it's very important to remind national legislators of their responsibility and to make sure that they use the way offered by these provisions to effectively legislate in favor of authors. Another good news, Article 14, let the public domain be. That's good news. But let me point out a few bad things, in my opinion, my favorite 2, and we will deal with them. Article 17, of course, and Article 15. Article 17, a lex specialis just for copyright, just for a few big platforms that define what is an act of communication to the public and defines specific rules that will apply to exempt liability in case of infringements of these few big platforms. This is, from the very beginning, simply bad law, especially when looking at what the digital services regulation, the proposal, is trying to do, which is basically confirm the horizontal liability exception that the old e-commerce directive already provided for, even incorporating the concept of the neutral activity that the Court of Justice developed, maybe in a tougher manner, but still it's there. And I think Article 17 will remain a foreign rule, both in terms of liability exemptions that apply to other copyright issues and other non-copyright issues, but also foreign in terms of copyright law itself, because we're defining specific concepts of communication to the public that will only serve specific instances. So no one denies the so-called value gap in online markets in general, and not only for the users' platforms that this Article 7 deals with, but the solution it provides, I don't think it's a good one. I'm not going to talk about this. That the real experts on these issues, João Pedro, Martin, Leonara, they are all here to talk about that in panel 3. News aggregation, I'm not going to say anything about this, or perhaps if anybody is interested in the, I don't think a new related right will bring a real solution to this problem. Making good news is expensive indeed, but access to information must also be secured by copyright laws. And Article 10.1 of the Berne Convention reminds us of that. So I think that we will not be able to achieve anything different with a related right, anything that we did not achieve already with an author's rights. And of course, there's the concerns raised by journalists when they see their position, their author rights weakened when you grant publishers their own related right. As one journalist once said, Article 15 adds insult to injury. So I used to criticize a Spanish statutory licensing scheme that we provided in 2014. And now, you know, after seeing Article 15 and what are the results that we may expect from that, I think that that solution, that Spanish solution, was a lesser evil and even more proportional than what Article 15 may bring. So just if I have 2 minutes, Katerina, may I point at one very important issue that is not in the directive, or at least not in a clear way, and I think it's going to be occupying much of our time, especially after transposing this directive: private international law issues, and namely applicable law, not so much jurisdiction, right? As long as we deal with 27 national laws, we need to decide which law applies. The general choice of law rules set for copyright are based on territorially lex loci protectionis, right? Article 5.2 of the Berne Convention, Article 8 of the Rome II regulation, but this solution doesn't work when we go online. Article 5.3 of this directive regarding the e-learning exception already identifies a choice of law rule. We don't call this choice of law rule, but we basically achieve the same result. We say we are going to assume that the teaching occurs only in the country where the teaching institution is established. Basically, we're overcoming territoriality. I hope that this same criterion will be analogically extended to all other exceptions and limitations on the online market. But far more difficult, and this very much affects the last chapter of the directive, the distinction in terms of applicable law between contract issues and copyright issues, right? Contract law is basically subject to the law chosen by the parties, Article 3 of the Rome I regulation. Copyright law remains subject to territoriality, lex loci protectionis, Article 8 of the Rome II regulation. And the directive doesn't tell us whether this last chapter is one thing or another. Recital 81 expressly qualifies 3 provisions, Article 19, 20, and 21, as having a mandatory nature. And it expressly refers to Article 3, 4 of the Rome I regulation, which basically says that when all the relevant elements of a case are located in a EU or several EU member states, the choice of law made by the parties in a contract to a foreign non-EU choice contract law will not defeat the application of the mandatory provisions in the European law of the forum, right? We're trying to avoid fraudulent choice of foreign laws, right? But this applies as long as cases are the case contains all relevant elements of that case are located in one or more member states. But could we go further? Could we go beyond that? Could we turn these provisions, not only these 3, but all 5 of them, into mandatory provisions of the forum, or even Article 9 of the Rome I regulation, or even public policy that sets aside different results under foreign contract laws, Article 21 of the Rome I regulation. I just point at this issue because I see that some countries, I think it's France and the Netherlands that I am aware, are already taking steps in that direction, right? To establish that a few of these specific contract provisions are qualified as mandatory norms that will apply to contracts, any contracts governed by a foreign law, and regardless of any connection to the forum. So this opens up the door to upset what we used to call the internal balance and the stability of the contracts. But it also gives more work to the Court of Justice, and it will promise a roller coaster of preliminary questions and surprises that will be awaiting for us. And we'll have to wait and see. It's never a dull moment to be part of the EU copyright acquis, and I'm sure that this directive will bring us a few more thrilling moments to solutions to wait for. And that I'll leave it here. I think I've taken 5 more minutes than necessary. Please forgive me, Katerina.
And many thanks for this really inspiring overview and analysis. It already gave us a lot of food for thoughts. And I would already have actually a couple of questions, but I will refrain and I will wait for the Q&A. In the interest of time, I should immediately move to our next keynote speaker, the first Advocate General of the Court of Justice of the European Union, Maciej Spunar, who's the author of some of the most important opinions in the landmark EU copyright cases. I think it's enough if I just mention Funke Medien, Spiegel Online, and Pelham on copyright and fundamental rights, Tom Cabinet on digital exhaustion, VOB on e-landing, and the list, it's really long. He has been Advocate General of the Court of Justice since 2013, and previously he was member of the Committee for Private International Law of the Civil Law Codification Commission under the Ministry of Justice in Poland, Under Secretary of State in the Office of the Committee for European Integration. Then he was also in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, as well as Vice Chairman of the Scientific Board of the Institute of Justice. He has been a member of the Board of Trustees of the Academy of European Law and a member of the research group on existing EC private law, the so-called acquis group. He's also a colleague, professor, and academic, and he's the author of numerous publications, not just in the field of European law, but also in the field of private international law. So no one really better than him could enlighten us within, of course, the boundaries of what is allowed by his position on the role that the Court of Justice has played and might play for the future of EU copyright harmonization. Maciej, it's really an honor and a pleasure to have you here with us today, and the floor now is all yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Katerina, for the invitation to this conference. Let me in the first place congratulate the organizing this conference and the entire project. Well, I must say that I'm very tempted to take part in the discussion on the implementation of the CDSM directive, but as you know, I, as a member of judiciary, I should refrain myself from exposing my views, because it's not excluded that I would be one of the cases concerning this directive might be allocated to me. And in my keynote speech, in my presentation today, I would just limit myself to some brief remarks, general remarks on the challenges to copyright law and the internet. I would also point out to 2 recent decisions of the Court of Justice that you might not be aware of, because when I saw the list of participants of this conference, there are so many experts that you probably digested all existing case law of the Court of Justice, and you know much more than me, and my only advantage is that I may be better acquainted with the most recent case law. But when it comes to the well-established case law, I'm sure that you know much more, and it is my pleasure to listen to your interventions and to read your publications on this matter. Well, I would start by saying that it is always a challenge for the Court of Justice to find the limits. What can be done by a legislator and what can be achieved through the case law. And even if we look at the existing legal framework of copyright internet, we have rules that were drafted in the perspective of the internet and new technologies. But nevertheless, there are so many issues that have not been resolved by the legislator, and it is the task of the Court of Justice to fill these lacunas. So in many cases where I was acting as Advocate General or other cases, I saw that the biggest challenge of the court was simply how to supplement certain lacunas or some issues that had not been anticipated by the legislator, and to provide the users, the stakeholders, with proper rules. When it comes to liability, it's clear that from practical point of view, it is always easier to issue an injunction against an intermediary, be it a platform or an internet service provider, than against an infringer himself. First, it is hard to identify the infringer. And second, in the digital world, the sole identification of infringer does not end the infringement. The uploading or downloading of illegal content may be done automatically. And I think that one of the recent judgment of the 17th of June in Mircom on so-called copyright trolling is an excellent example of this shortcomings. So the essential question is how to reconcile, on the one hand, the obligations stemming from the InfoSoc directive or enforcement directive, existing directives to protect effectively copyright, with, on the other hand, provisions of e-commerce directive, which contains limitations of liability of providers of services for unlawful acts committed by a third party with respect of the information transmitted. In other words, how to make sure that the internet intermediaries, which are normally qualified as information society service providers within the meaning of the e-commerce directive, are shielded from injunctions. Otherwise, the economic activity would face excessive obstacles and the rights of internet users would be disproportionately limited. There is no doubt that the access to internet must be assessed in the light of fundamental rights. But, well, to say in 2021 that internet constitutes a new technology seems a little bit backward or outdated. We all use internet on everyday basis. But at the same time, many issues linked to the internet remain unresolved, even though we have a very complex legal framework already now. We do not know how to deal with various infringements committed in the connection with the use of internet. We do not know how to define some of the legal transactions concluded with the help of internet. There is how to identify and define a proper legal framework. And I would just give you a few examples. First, it's clear that internet facilitates the transmission of information, including the transmission of works otherwise protected by various IP rights, especially copyright law. One could therefore conclude that violation of IP rights have been facilitated. But on the other hand, when one looks at the way in which many platforms offering books or music operate, it appears that the right holders have obtained a new means over how to control the way the works are used. They know exactly how often we listen to a particular piece of music. They know exactly how long we read a particular book. Platforms may also identify what are our preferences or what are our other activities we undertake when we listen to music or read a book. Secondly, until the emergence of internet, the essential challenge for every business undertaking has been to ensure that supply would find and match the relevant demand. nowadays, in illicit theory, the internet has created a situation in which every supply can meet every demand. This has made a tremendous impact on economy. As an illustration, well, let's look at such platform as Airbnb. You know, before this market existed before, but for a simple owner of a flat, it was extremely difficult to find a possible tenant. Whereas now, in theory, every demand can meet every supply. Thirdly, and this is what Professor Xalabarda mentioned, the internet completely modified the rules of private international law, and especially the notion of territoriality. That was the basic notion of every legal system, but now over the internet, the distinction between what is territorial and what is extraterritorial has become blurred. And fourthly, the expansion of the use of internet services has as its consequence that the rationale of some EU instruments of secondary law has become obsolete. And I would refer to an example which is not linked to, partly to copyright law, but this is the case that is very often neglected. There's the case C-298-17, France Télévisions, which concerned the interpretation of one of the directive, that was Directive 2002-21, on a common regulatory framework for electronic communications networks and services. And one of the provisions of this directive allows the member states to impose on some undertakings providing an electronic communication network the obligation to broadcast some radio or television channels, so-called must-carry obligation, that those operators have to provide the transmission of TV channels. And at the time when live streaming is commonly offered and used, broadcasters are no longer interested in offering this possibility to other companies. And the question that the court had to tackle was simply to what extent this initial must-carry obligation transform, because of the development of live streaming, into must-offer, because now you have to oblige the broadcaster to offer this possibility of transmitting the information. So the aim of the legal instrument of secondary law was completely reversed, and the court had to interpret in a completely different manner than that envisaged by the legislator. And finally, the use of the internet has revisited the existing interplay between various fundamental rights, and the discussion concerning the CDSM directive is the best illustration of that. In many cases, the court is called upon to interpret provisions of EU law pertaining to the internet, and the core issue is how to strike the balance between several conflicting fundamental rights. These are, of course, the cases you mentioned, Katerina, but there's, I mean, in every case dealing with copyright, with internet, this interplay of fundamental rights is present. And as I promised, I would like to draw your attention to two very recent judgments of the court. I hope that would be the only added value of my presentation. That is the decision of the 3rd of June this year, the case CV Online Latvia, and the case concerning the interpretation of the database directive, where it concerns so-called meta engines and the legality of extracting and reutilization of data gathered in another database on the internet. What is fascinating in this case, of course, I'm fully aware that the database directive concerns a sui generis right. It's not a copyright, but the court introduced a requirement of the fact that we can only qualify something as an infringement if it affects the investment of the maker of the database. The court added to the condition of the violation of the rights referred in this directive in Article 7, that the acts must affect the investment in the obtaining, verification, or presentation of that content of the database, namely that they constitute a risk to the possibility of redeeming that investment through the normal operation of the database in question. And of course, that was for the national court to establish whether that was the case. So this, the second case I would like to mention to you, it's the Mircom International, the case and the judgment of the 17th of June 2021, the case of so-called copyright trolling, and a company which acquired rights from the right holders of film producers to identify infringers and to ask them to pay compensation in an amicable way as a settlement. There were several issues, but I would like to point out first the question which the court has to tackle, whether the participants of a peer-to-peer network, BitTorrents, are making the communication to the public. And here, the court explained the way in which these platforms operate. The court distinguished the way in which the participants may participate, the so-called peers, seeders, leechers. And the court came to the conclusion that the participants of this network, of this platform, do make communication to the public. There is one point where the court departed from my proposal. I was acting as Advocate General, since my proposal was that actually the actual knowledge of the seeders, that of the participant, that they avail the possibility to access their computers and the file stored on their computers was not important when it came to the qualification of the notion of communication to the public, whereas the court made it clear that it is essential that the user of this BitTorrent has subscribed to that software, but giving his or her consent to the application after having been duly informed of its characteristics. So the knowledge of a participant is required when one is about to qualify their behavior as making an act of communication to the public. A very important consequence for not only for this notion, but for the protection of copyright over the internet. And the court also tried to reconcile very recent case law, especially the case Quadrature du Net, and on the interpretation of Directive 2002/58 concerning the processing of personal data and the protection of privacy in the electronic communication sector. And the question whether you can ask an internet service operator to disclose the identity on the basis of dynamic IP gathered by right holders. I wonder what would be your first comments, but well, it looks that for the time being, when we read carefully the decision of the court of the Grand Chamber in Quadrature du Net and the follow-up case Procurature, it is not possible for internet service operator to gather this data. So on the one hand, the court said that yes, if right holders identified dynamic IP addresses of infringers, they may ask the internet service operator to disclose this data, that it could be incompatible with the GDPR regulation, but the real problem is whether the internet service operator, in the light of the Quadrature du Net and in the light of the national legislation implementing that this directive would be compatible with the EU fundamental rights, and well, fundamental rights as they were actually balanced in the decision of the Quadrature du Net. So that's an immense challenge for the protection of copyright in the future. I'm sure that the court will be asked again how to reconcile this decision with the need to protect effectively EU copyright law, especially the enforcement of the directive and the InfoSoc directive. I will stop here because I think that I was also speaking for 20 minutes instead of 15. I do apologize, and Katarina, thanks very much for the invitation to this conference.
Thank you for the wonderful overview and for these hints and suggestions you gave, which were horizontal and were touching upon also additional aspects which we discussed and we are going to discuss in the next panels. Now, I have my own questions, but I don't want to rob the opportunity from the audience to ask for questions. We already received 3 questions, and there are still questions coming. I will briefly summarize the 3 I read until now, and then feel free to chip in and answer freely, Raquel and Maciej, according to your own wish. The first question was, I guess, reacting on what Raquel was saying regarding the mandatory nature of specific provisions, particularly regarding copyright contract law. Reference goes to an article of the Intellectual Property Code of France, Article 132.24, which is reported in the chat. And basically, it says that the contract by which the author of the musical composition, with or without words, of an audiovisual work transfer all or part of his exploitation rights to the producer may not have the effect, notwithstanding the law chosen by the parties, of depriving the author of the protective provision setting out in the code. So basically, already because of this provision, the author may bring before French courts any disputes that are related to the application of this paragraph, regardless of any clause that, or the place where he or the assignee of the right was established in any jurisdiction or close to the contrary. So the question is that this seems to be a provision where international public order is taken into account, but only for musical composition of an audiovisual work. And does that mean that, a contrario, this shouldn't be the case for other types of work? That's question 1. Question 2, Article 15, press publishers' right. It might not do wonders, but do you think that if combined with antitrust law, it could become a weapon for press to get fair compensation? Then there is a question which, if it's directed to Advocate General Spooner, and asks where, from the existing court case law, how would you say that an act of peer-to-peer file sharing between only 2 people is to be classified within the InfoSoc directive? So acts where someone makes available a file to only one other person who can then download that file. And in particular, does this act constitute a communication to the public person to your knowledge? And here I exploit my role as a chair to add that, in fact, even in Tom Cabinet, the court stated that there is a basic distinction between offering, making available to an undisclosed number or various number of public, of even if subsequently one after the other and not at the same time, while offering one-to-one, this is what the court may seems to suggest, cannot amount to communication to the public because we don't have a public. So that's all what we got until now. And now the floor is yours, according to the order you prefer, to address these questions.
Go ahead, Maciej, if you want, because the last question.
Well, thanks very much for this question. I think that Katarina partly answered, but it's a very good question in the sense that we always try to connotate the bit BitTorrents with something bad. And after all, the BitTorrents protocol, it's a peer-to-peer, can be used also to exchange absolutely illegal information. And then what counts, it's the content. But in your example, if there are only two people, I would say that would not be covered by that was might be first by initial reaction that this requirement of the communication to the public is not fulfilled. We could also analyze this situation from the point of view of Article 5 and private use. But I think the biggest challenge would be the situation in which we would have a peer-to-peer platform which would exchange, in principle, legal information, but where from time to time an illegal information would be downloaded and uploaded. And I think that would be a huge challenge. It's difficult for me at this stage to propose an answer how the court would reconcile this, because it's very easily imaginable that I join a platform of exchange of legal files, legal information, but suddenly one of the users is putting into the system an illegal information. How the liability would be evaluated in this situation? Well, I think that's the reason maybe why the court has introduced this requirement of the knowledge in the recent MIRCOM decision. Thank you very much.
If I may briefly comment on perhaps the other two questions, starting with the one that Valerie Laure was posing and that Katerina was pointing out. Precisely, that was one of the dangers that I was pointing out, that if I understand that the directive, when they say these mandatory provisions may apply, setting aside the contract law, when the contract has relevant attachments to the EU member states, that has some justification and some saying. But what I was fearing, and Barry Lord was confirming, is that this provision is going farther. It's apparently going to be applied to any composers. So that could also be French mandatory provisions on transparency, this and that, whatever these three articles relate to, are going to be applicable to US contracts, US audiovisual production contracts with composers, right? And that has nothing to do with French law. So this it's basically treating, as you, Katerina, was saying, is basically saying these provisions are public order in France. And this is not what the directive was saying. So we're going one step farther. And I very much understand that the French and we all Europeans have done so with moral rights. Moral rights is public order, regardless of what contract says. But we are not talking about moral rights. We're talking about remuneration. And we're also talking about, which is very important, don't get me wrong, please, I don't want to. But remuneration is part of a contract also. And when we look at private international laws that take care of applicable laws to contract, we are always very careful of maintaining the validity of the contract and protecting that contract so that it can be enforced under one law all over the world, right? If we start, upsetting this law, I don't know where it is going to end. So that's the point that I was making precisely, and that provision in France is confirming my fear. Let's see how it goes. The other one, the article regarding Article 15, I'm not sure I understand correctly the idea of the Article 15, the exclusive related right combined with the antitrust law could become an important weapon for the press to get fair compensation. I think that whatever a combination of a related right plus antitrust could have done for obtaining a fair compensation could have been also achieved with an author's right? We don't need to add a related right to that. What I think it's the antitrust help may come at the reverse, I would say. If you, if you understand that Article 15 is in the directive because, let me just hypothesis, is because the platforms, the aggregators were not seeking to obtain a license to use the content, and that's where the antitrust could have helped. I don't know if this is what you mean, but I think that for me the danger, and that we may end up having to turn to the antitrust help, is the danger of now exercising Article 15 in a manner that's going to be abusing copyright at the expense of accessing information online, because basically that's what Article 15 will allow them to do more strongly than just with an author's right, saying, I'm going to license these aggregator, but not that one. And that very much, which is precisely the power of the exclusive right? To decide who's going to be carrying your content. And that very much runs against the very principle that copyright law, within our copyright laws, we should also be vigilant to protect or provide, foster access to information when this information is embedded in works and performances or recordings that are protected by copyright. So I'm not sure what combination. Perhaps now after Article 15, we'll need to apply the antitrust on the reverse way, on maybe not so much antitrust here, but as an abuse of power. We may have to turn to it in the reverse way.
Thank you, both of you, for the answers. And actually, we are running a bit late, so I will need to censor myself on the question and suggestion I had. What I see from your responses and also from your enlightening intervention is that we are really reaching a point of no return, both in terms of case law of the Court of Justice and in terms of path towards harmonization. There is not just a crisis on exceptions, as we'd add, but a crisis on exclusive rights. There are gray zones between exclusive rights we don't have an answer to. There are problems on mandatory nature of provisions, which are going to create, for sure, further questions in terms of harmonization. So what the InfoSoc directive did, the CDSM directive didn't solve. And the situation is actually getting worse with the new business models that are popping up online. Questions might be many, and in fact, we could have not had a better start and no better foundations for our today's discussion. I'm wondering, and that was the only suggestion I would leave here before moving to the intermezzo, whether if the EU legislator doesn't want to reach the unitary title, if the solution would be like in patent, a copyright, national copyright having unitary effects. I'm not sure that that will be in favor of cultural diversity and harmonization, but that might be a sort of interim solution to this situation. Let me thank you once again for your two really insightful keynote speeches, and I hope you will be able still to join part of our discussion later on. Let's now move to our intermezzo. Thanking you once again.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. With the presentation of two implementation trackers and general comments on the CDSM directive. We start with Professor Martin Kretschmer, who's a professor of intellectual property law at the University of Glasgow and director of CREATE, the UK Copyright and Creative Economy Centre. His unit at Glasgow leads the creative industry stream in Recreating Europe. Of course, the list of his works and renowned scholarship is long, and it really doesn't need my introduction. Allow me just to recall that he's the general editor of copyrighthistory.org, that is the digital archive of primary sources on copyright from 1450 to 1900. He's the chair of the editorial boards of portals such as Copyright Users and copyrighthevidence.org. He's one of the founding members of the ECS, past president of the European Policy for Intellectual Property Association, and currently one of its board members. He's best known for developing innovative empirical methods relating to issues in copyright and in information law, and also for his works in cultural economics, theory of regulation, and history of IDS. In general, we know Martin for his regular policy contributions through the creation of information portals, archives, resource pages, independent reports, and consultancy for the UK and EU policymakers, and also recently and significantly on with regard to the CDSM directive. We will now present, as I said, one of these portals, the CDSM Implementation Tracker, managed by Create within the framework of Recreating Europe. And it will also give us some general reflections on the directive implementation process. Martin, thank you very much for being here with us today, and the floor is yours.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Katharina. Very kind introduction. We are running late, and an intermezzo is supposed to be slightly light-hearted, and I'm not sure I can promise that, but I will see what I can do. So I share my screen, and I will show you a digital resource we've developed at the Create Center in the University of Glasgow as part of the Recreating Europe program. It's a team effort. I set it up, but it's now led by Ursula Folger and a team of editors. So it is a collective attempt to throw light on what is happening in the implementation of the directive. So we all know that the implementation was supposed to have happened by the 7th of June, exactly 2 weeks ago. And many of us will also know that only 3 member states have fully implemented: Netherlands, Hungary, and Germany. And 2 others, Denmark and France, have a partial implementation with a focus on Articles 15 and 17. So that in some ways already points to one of the issues why we have this delay. We are struggling here with both digital single market issues and what I would call industrial policy. So particularly Articles 15 and 17 are industrial policy interventions for specific sectors, for press publishers and for parts of the music industry, if you really narrow it down. And that causes part of the tensions which have delayed the implementation. So in the tracker you can see what everybody has done, and in some countries there has been a lot of activity, in others there has been very little. So if you go to Germany or if you go to France, a lot of things have happened. And if you go to some other countries like Portugal, nothing public can be traced at all. We can't even say that the implementation has started. And in some other countries, we will have consultations, draft laws, and in some countries we have the copy and paste tradition, which already has been pointed out by Professor Halabara, that carries its own dangers. So before I point to some of the interplay between the guidance of the Commission, the national implementations, and the case law of the Court of Justice, on particularly these issues which have caused tensions, I would like to go back to 2014. So it's now 7 years that the directive really was conceived. And if I go back to at the beginning of the Juncker Commission, if I go back to the mission letter to Andrus Ansip, the Vice President for the Digital Single Market, Juncker says there, you should focus on bringing together the different regulatory powers of the Commission to complete the digital single market, notably by modernizing copyright rules in the light of the ongoing digital revolution. And then the letter to Günther Oettinger, Commissioner for the Digital Economy and Society, who held the pen in drafting the directive. There Juncker says, copyright rules should be modernized during the first part of this mandate in the light of the digital revolution, new consumer behavior, and Europe's cultural diversity. You should set clear long-term strategic goals to offer legal certainty to the sector and create the right regulatory environment to foster investment and innovative businesses. You should also ensure that users are at the center of your action. Yeah, users are at the center of your action. They should be offered access to services, music, movies, and sports events on their electronic devices wherever they are in Europe and regardless of borders. So the initial motivation was digital single market. So if we now look through our tracker, you can track components such as the stakeholder dialogue and the case law, and also some of the travaux of the directive, different versions, some of what I just pointed to as which are not legal documents, but motivations. And I will just point very briefly to the stakeholder dialogue and the guidelines. So one of the reasons, one of the reasons why we are struggling with the implementation is that the stakeholder dialogue itself was delayed. So when the stakeholder dialogue, which is set out in Article 1710, began, the Commission intended to publish implementation guides in the first half of 2020. And as we all know, they just have been published a few weeks ago. And the reason why the guidance came late is because at the same time there are cases pending in the Court of Justice and contentious implementations such as the German implementation, which tries to reconcile different forces, particularly within Article 17, where the stakeholder dialogue should have solved some of the issues. So there's a tension within Article 17 between 17.4, making OCSSPs liable, and Article 17.7 and 8, which seeks to preserve non-infringing uses, and also the prohibition on general monitoring. So there's an inbuilt tension which really can't be resolved at the level of the doctrinal analysis, which is possible with the sources we have given to us through the legislative process. That means we are in this kind of limbo between guidance, which have no legal force, case law evolving, and national implementations, which may or may not comply with some of the fundamental rights assessment we just heard about from Advocate General Spooner. So let me just point to the end of our resource. So here are a couple of those issues which are currently waiting for decision. And again, many of you will have seen this many times. So one of the issues is the bifurcation of the liability regimes between the directive and the e-commerce directive. And there, I believe we await a judgment tomorrow. And then we have the fundamental rights case from Poland, where the AG opinion has been rescheduled to July, awaiting the guidance of the Commission and the implementation in Germany to see whether these tensions within Article 17 can actually be reconciled. So all this material you can find here in great detail, logged as we can find it, and always with references to the original public sources. That's quite important. So we are trying not to take a campaigning position here. We try to catalog what is out there. So one of the interesting questions for the copyright community is, what can you do with this material? So we're doing this, to contribute to policy making now, to give the member countries options for what they could do or could not do, and create the overview. But we're also offering a new way to study policy formation and lawmaking. By cataloging systematically, you can ask questions of lawmaking you couldn't ask before. They can be about particular uses of discourses, but they can also be just questions about how consultations are conducted. For example, if you look on our tracker, you can see that in most membership countries, the standards of public consultations are actually extremely poor. So the drafts law are circulated to stakeholders rather than made public, which is itself an issue which should have our attention. And we can also see good examples. We can see, for example, Finland, which has made everything public and tracked every single interaction with stakeholders. So I would like to conclude just with a few examples of what you can find when you look through the implementation tracker. So it's obvious from the effort documents, debates, that Article 17 completely dominates the implementation debate. So a lot of the issues which really offer much more scope in implementation, whether it is the author-friendly provisions Professor Calavera pointed out, or whether it's on questions of the implementation of the TDM exception or online education or digital heritage, so that there are certain areas where the harmonization or the creation of the digital single market could be advanced in a author-friendly way and in a public-friendly way consistently, but the focus has all been deflected through to Article 17, and I think this is potentially problematic. My colleague Ulla Vogel calls it an attention stealer. And we, I think, can also see that in some countries we have activity which kind of goes in circles. So there's something published, it's withdrawn, then it goes to particular stakeholders with inside knowledge, then changes wordings. So you can track for particular countries, which I not all want to name and blame here, a really dark way of shaping policy. So where something which starts publicly, more or less with a particular goal, or, then gets subverted in the process of being turned into words of law. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin. This is very informative, and in fact is in line with the evidence-based policy making, which we also advocate for, and at We Create in Europe, we try to support with the generation of data sets that speak more than specific comments on, because facts are facts more than comments. And all the materials you were able to collect and organize in such a clear manner will be for sure great resources, not just for researchers, but in fact also for national legislators. Let's now move the focus then on exceptions. Copyright-exceptions.eu is managed by Communia with the cooperation of Recreating Europe. Today is presented by Paul Keller, who's the president of Communia Association for the Public Domain and the director of policy at openfuture.eu. He's also a research fellow at the Institute of Information Law at the University of Amsterdam. As he often says, despite not being a lawyer, he's among the strongest and most authoritative advocates for more open, just, and inclusive digital policies, and also the engine of a number of initiatives in various fields, from copyright exceptions to preservation of cultural heritage. Think about the fact that he wrote a Europeana's public domain charter and developed the Europeana licensing and publication frameworks. Recently, he actively took part into the debate on platform liability and content filtering. Today, apart from bringing his expert contribution to our discussions, he will give us some snapshots on the new copyright-exception.eu platform, which Communia has updated under his guidance and with our cooperation. Paul, I'm happy and thankful you accepted to join us today, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for this very kind introduction. I'm very happy to be here today, and I'm very happy for a change to not speak about the attention stealer that Martin or Ulla actually calls Article 17. So let me see if I can share my screen with you. That should hopefully work. I hope you can see my screen now. Is that correct? It seems so. Good. What I'm gonna talk about in the next 8 minutes or so is the user rights in the post-DSM EU copyright framework. And as just mentioned, I'm going to do that by introducing a new version of a website that we launched a while ago, a couple of years actually before the beginning of the copyright reform discussion, which is called www.copyrightexceptions.eu. But allow me to first make a couple of remarks on sort of the development of user rights and exceptions and limitations in the DSM framework. Actually, in the shadow of what's been called an attention stealer, which was like really the discussion about then Article 13 and 11, now 17 and 15, also during the legislative process, was really like catching all the attention, and that allowed actually a lot of interesting things to happen in the shadows. So it's not necessarily bad that the attention was deflected somewhere, because we've seen as a result a significant update of the framework of exceptions and limitations in the EU, where we, and I think many others in this room, had hoped that the DSM directive would bring more harmonization. Though we've been a little bit disappointed, because what we have seen, even though all of the new exceptions are mandatory, they do not necessarily contribute to a system that's more harmonious. And this is mainly due to that we see a number of very divergent, almost experimental approaches to exceptions and limitations that that introduce a couple of new ideas into the EU copyright framework as well. So we have of those exceptions introduced by the DSM directive, we have one exception that can be overridden by licensing. I think that was mentioned at the beginning as a highly problematic thing. Then we have one that's the exception on online teaching activities in Article 5. Then we have one exception that can be overridden by, I call it here robots text, but really by a machine readable rights reservation. That's the second TDM exception in Article 4. Then we have one exception that applies only in situations where no representative CMO exists, and there is an opt-out possibility for this exception. So it only applies under certain conditions, and which will be different in all of the member states. And then we have the ability for individual rights holders to opt out. Then we have two exceptions that are now partially mandatory. Those are the citation and quotation exception, and the parody, pastiche, and caricature exception from the InfoSoc directive that are declared at least partially mandatory by Article 17.7 of the directive. And then we have two, if you will, classical mandatory exceptions that cannot be overridden. Those are the one for text and the first one for text and data mining for scientific purposes, and the one allowing cultural heritage institutions to make preservation copies. So these are, if you will, exceptions as we know them. What this means is that the copyright framework, which was already quite fragmented, I think that was the main criticism when it came to user right, becomes even more complex. What we had made before the start of the discussions about the DSM directive was a website called copyrightexceptions.eu, which aim was basically to show that the EU copyright framework is far from harmonized at the moment. And we had hoped that this would be to some degree an advocacy tool to show people to really make visual the undesirability of this fact that users in different member states of the Union have very diverging rights when it comes to using protected materials. And now, as you can see, this website was structured along the 21 exceptions that existed at this time. And I'm now switching to the new version of the website. And can somebody just confirm that you can still see this? Okay, you can still see this. I need to move some windows around here. So what we have now is a much longer list of exceptions and limitations. So there is the new mandatory exceptions from the DSM directive, and we also have added to the website, which we didn't have there, the Marrakesh directive exception. So now we're suddenly dealing with a list of 29 exceptions from 27 member states. And they are, of course, all implemented very unequally still. So the framework has just gotten by orders of magnitude more complex. And this is why we thought it's not responsible to keep this website copyrightexceptions.eu in its current state up. And that's why we, over the past months, have built a new version that is able to explain this complexity in much more detail. And I just wanted, this is still very much work in progress. We haven't promoted this to the top of the domain, so it's accessible. You see the URL up there. It's sort of a semi-private beta at the moment. Because we have not covered all of the member states or all of the exceptions. There's actually one exception that we have mapped for all of the member states. This is the useful purpose caricature, parody, and pastiche. And this is important to say, obviously, the situation before the entry into force of the DSM directive, because it will change things. And compared to what you see here right now, for example, in Hungary, the situation has changed by now, because as part of their implementation, they now have such an exception in their national framework. So we have this, we have for the majority, we have about 13 member states mapped for most of the exceptions. And what we've done, in addition to just color coding things and providing very short summaries in the last version, we now have here a much more thorough description of the exception itself. And then if you click on a member state, we actually have a description of its implementation, and you can go to a much more detailed page that actually analyzes the exception in terms of a number of standard categories, such as beneficiaries, purposes, usage, subject matter, compensation, attribution, and other conditions. So this is work in progress. This is something that we actually run off GitHub. So it's every website, every country entry is based on a page in GitHub that can be, if you were logged in, easily edited by anyone. So this is, in the end, we hope to make this really like a collaborative process. At the moment, this is basically Anna Lazarova, who I think is in the audience, Teresa Nobre, and myself, with a few collaborators having brought together these materials, also based on data that we've gotten from the Recreating Europe project. I just want to show you, so you can really here slice and dice the information in many different ways. If you, for example, go to the Netherlands, you can also, which is one country which we have fully analyzed, you can see here, get an overview of all the implemented exceptions. And then on the other hand, also the exceptions that the Netherlands has not implemented. So we hope, and with the Netherlands, there is something I also want to show you. This thing is, via its integration with GitHub, also able to track development in time. So if you click in the Netherlands and you go on the exception for reproductions by libraries, archives, museums, in Article 12, you see that it's non-implemented. And if you click here on more information, you see that this is actually an exception which has, if you will, replaced or superseded by the implementation of the DSM directive. So there's no, in the Netherlands, there's no independent implementation of the old InfoSoc directive, because the DSM directive, which is much more specific, replaces this. And so you can still go here and see the old version in GitHub. It also points you to that the one exception that has replaced it. So we will gradually build this out, and we'll probably launch this website later this month when we have adjusted a couple of more things. We're still looking for people who are willing to help us reviewing information on specific member states, who are willing to contribute things here. And but we think that we're actually here at the cusp of being able to produce or launch a very important online resource that will help people to find information relatively quickly, but that also, by virtue of having very structured information and having information that's also accessible over time, may actually become also like an important resource for researchers. I want to go back to the slide deck before I end. And I hope you can see the slide deck again, because I want to thank the people who've contributed to this. This website has built by my former colleague, Martin Zeinstra. As I mentioned, a huge contribution to the data, to the initial data, has made by Anna Lazarova. and the scoring system and data contributions have been developed by Teresa Nobre, my colleague from Comunia. Finally, I've done a thing or two here, and then we have been able to realize this project with support from Creative Commons, from the Platform Policy Fund, and from Wikimedia Italy. They really allowed us to make this possible. And then finally, I also want to thank, I already mentioned that, Recreating Europe for sharing their research data with us during the process, which is enormously helpful in getting all of this into shape. Thank you very much. And I hand it back to you.
Many thanks, Paul. I'm sure our audience will very much enjoy also this tracker and all the useful information it provides now in its new shape, updated with all the new exceptions coming from the EU harmonization. Our panelists, of course, will build, I believe, also on your hints and suggestions, and also on yours, Martin, to focus on their specific topics. We are running a bit late. A bit is an Italian euphemism, I would say, in this respect. So it's time now to move to our 4 thematic panels. We may shorten a bit the break and the Q&A in order to go back as much as possible on track with the time. I rely on our great chairs later also to make sure that this happens. So, as I said, we have 4 thematic panels. Each of them focus on a different aspect of the CDSM directive, touch upon the research of Recreating Europe. We will open now with remuneration and reversion rights, followed by exceptions and limitation, automatic content filtering, and preservation of cultural heritage. I will take care of introducing our renowned chairs, who will then lay the groundwork of each topic, and then briefly introduce their presenters from Recreating Europe and discussants. The panel on remuneration and reversion rights is chaired by Professor Rebecca Giblin, who's Associate Professor at the University of Melbourne and Director of the IP Research Institute of Australia. I'm sure you're all familiar with her extensive list of publications in the field of copyright, technology regulation, and the regulation of culture, and also with her empirical works on e-lending and e-books licensing. Let me add, however, that we could not have had a better chair for this panel than Rebecca, because she is in fact the mind behind the Authors' Interest Project, funded by the Australian Research Council, which studies how a fuller protection of authorship can lead to meaningful copyright reforms, reclaiming lost cultural value, getting authors properly paid, and opening up new opportunities for cultural investors for the benefit of both the authors and the broader public. Rebecca, I'm really glad and thankful you accepted our invitation, despite the time difference. It should be past 11 p.m. right in Melbourne at the moment, if I'm not wrong. So welcome, really a warm welcome to you and to our speakers and discussants for panel 1. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. And I really am delighted to be here and to see so many familiar faces for the first time in a long time, because we have been separated by circumstances. So yes, it's become very clear over the last 18 months as COVID has hit and the creative landscape has changed to be even worse for the workers and the independent producers, that there's plenty of money in creativity, but that middlemen have become more and more successful at siphoning it off. And we see that Amazon and Google and Apple and many others have seen their profits leap, but creators and independent producers are finding it harder and harder to even keep the lights on. Cory Doctorow and I have just finished writing a book, actually a new book, about all of the different ways in which the law enables big business to steal so much of the value of culture and all of the things that we can do to take it back. And of course, via the Authors' Interest Project for the last few years, I've been leading empirical research about different ways in which things like reversion rights and remuneration rights can help us get creators paid while reclaiming lost culture to new access. So I'm really keen. I'm going to cut my introduction short because I'm very conscious of time, but I'm extremely keen to hear what these panelists and the conference's other distinguished participants have got to say today. And thanks very much to the organizers for including me all the way over here in Australia. The format for the panels is that after this brief introduction from me, we've got the two researchers from the Recreating Project with 5 to 7 minutes to each present, and then two discussants from the creative industries with 7 minutes to add their views and comments. And then I hope we'll still have at least a couple of minutes for Q&A before we move to the next panel. So we're beginning with Dr. Ulla Fergel, who's a research fellow at CREATE at the University of Glasgow, and also part-time has been a researcher with the Authors Interest Project. She'll be speaking briefly about that joint project and about Article 22 and what we've learned from the implementation. Ulla, over to you.
Thank you very much, Rebecca, for the introduction. I'll just share my screen. Okay. So hello and welcome everyone. I will take my 5 to 7 minutes, hopefully, to talk briefly about the right of revocation introduced by Article 22 of the Copyright Directive, what is happening with implementation, as well as some revocation rights that were already in place before the directive was enacted. So first, there is not much of a story to tell when it comes to inclusion of the revocation right in the Copyright Directive. It was not a part of the original draft. It made its way to the final text via the European Parliament's compromise in 2018, and it was not subject to active advocacy during the legislative process. And during the 2013, this broad consultation on modernization of copyright rules that the European Commission conducted, when asked about copyright contracts and remuneration, we found out that only 12% of creators' organizations actually called for introduction of the EU-wide reversion right. So we ended up with this right, not particularly controversial, so not much of a discussion about merit or form of this right, not much advocacy, but here we have it. And what is this right? So it's a right which is based on use it or lose it logic, which basically means that creators can reclaim their rights if they are not being used, if they transferred those rights on the exclusive basis. And when member states implement the provisions, we have a core of a provision, so elements that they need to implement, which include such elements as the fact that creators need to can exercise those rights only after a particular reasonable time, to be determined what that actually means, and only following a certain procedure. So nothing really happens automatically. When we talk about this right, creators need to take an initiative. On the top of that, we have a lot of different elements that member states might or might not decide to implement. So member states are left with a lot of leeway what to do. They can adapt the provisions to certain types of work, certain types of agreements, limit their waivability, so on and so forth. But of course, we remember, not a controversial provision, not much of a guidance out there. So what happened in here is CREATE and IPRIA of the University of Melbourne, as a part of the Authors Interest Project, we joined our forces in the year 2020, and we basically looked what provisions, what reversion rights are out there. So we mapped provisions that are currently binding, or currently meaning prior to the introduction of the Copyright Directive, and that were binding historically. Now you can see a snapshot of our findings on your screen. You can explore them in more detail on the resource page of the project. What we basically found is a very, very fragmented landscape. So as a part of this landscape, we have more than 150 provisions which are currently binding. And on top of that, we have more than 20 historical provisions. And those provisions come in various shapes and sizes. They are sometimes general, so they apply to all creator contracts. Sometimes they only apply to particular works and particular types of agreements, and they are triggered by various circumstances. However, the majority, so more than half of the provisions identified, are linked in one way or the other to this concept of a use of work, which is very different than the common law jurisdictions where the revocation is triggered by passage of time. So out of all our mapping, we actually found out that this general provision, use it or lose it provision that Article 22 introduces has already been a part of laws of 8 member states. Those provisions, again, are on different levels of complexity. However, the core of those provisions is roughly the same. They do vary when it comes to triggers to some extent. So some jurisdictions allow revocation not only when we have lack of use, but also when the use is insufficient. And we have very different approaches when it comes to remuneration and compensation between the parties post-termination. So this is even something that Article 22 doesn't concern itself with. So what happens now with the implementation? A couple of words. So up until 7th of June deadline, only 4 countries have implemented revocation right. However, we have many more implementation proposals on the table. What we've seen so far is that those countries that already have use it or lose it provision in place do only minor modifications. So there is no reopening of the discussion, adjusting the provisions to the digital environment, clarifying anything, nothing like that is really happening. And in countries that do not have this type of provision in place, are behaving very cautiously. So even though they have those implementation freedoms left by the copyright directive, they are not really exploiting them to a high extent. What we found is that this option that Article 22 provides, so not to terminate the contract, but terminate the exclusivity of assignment, is enthusiastically used by member states, both that had some provisions in place and those that didn't. Another observation is that a number of countries, such as Belgium, Luxembourg, but also Hungarian approach to the implementation is limiting, so it's basically in a place of a right of non-use right, we have a right which is triggered by lack of initial use. So lack of use within a particular period of time following conclusion of the agreement. Also, member states tend to think very narrowly about remuneration. And in here, another example is Czechia, where this is one of the countries that already had use it or lose it provision in place that was triggered by also insufficient use. And the draft that we have in table actually asks to scratch this insufficient use because it's not a part of Article 22, even though Article 22 just introduces de minimis standards, and even though other countries are not advocating for such a solution. So just to conclude, so I stick to my time, a couple of remarks. So what lessons we learned so far from the implementation, and is this chance of bringing this new right, Article 22, being used? So it is and it isn't, unfortunately. So use it or lose it reversion provisions as Article 22 imply the use requirement. And this use requirement should be read as a continuous use requirement that should apply throughout the whole life of an agreement. What unfortunately we are seeing in a number of countries, as I mentioned, Belgium, Luxembourg, Bulgaria, also Hungarian approach to the implementation, is that this use requirement is limited only to the initial phase of exploitation. And this doesn't really fix the problem that we're having of backup catalogs, so works that are not being used, but works that are contracted for. Additionally, this continuous use requirement, it is what makes Article 22 complementary to Article 18, so the fair remuneration principle. So only uses that occur can be remunerated. If there is no use, there is no remuneration per se. And second point is that of digital uses. So digital uses is something which is not accounted in a current legal framework, and it's something not which was considered during discussion on Article 22. So we need a bit of clarification about what does it mean that a work is used, and particularly what does it mean that a work is used in a digital environment, and whether the continuous availability of a digital file is actually enough for the work to be considered being used. And if it is, that means that the right wouldn't really be efficient, wouldn't have that much of a significance as we are hoping for. And the third point is that the guidance about the exercise of a right As I mentioned, those rights are rights being triggered and being exercised by creators. So basically, creators need to be supplied with enough information about when they can act and how should they act. And this is something which currently during the implementation process seems not to be considered. And unfortunately, a lot of countries go through this copy-paste mechanism that just say you can exercise, there is this mechanism, but they do not really explain how this process should look like and how the terms actually should look like. And this is all for me. I think I stuck to my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ulla. Now we have Associate Professor Joost Poort of IVIA at the University of Amsterdam, a distinguished expert on the economics of these issues, and he'll be speaking to us about the perspective of creators and performing artists on digitization and copyright and the digital single market. Thank you, Joost.
Thank you so much, Rebecca, on this midnight hour for you, on the shortest day of the year for you, probably, whereas it's the longest day of the year in Europe. Such a coincidence. So thank you very much again. I try to share my screen right now. There you go. I hope this is visible. So indeed, I will give you some first insights and actually some throwback on the perspective of creators and performers in the light of this discussion. Some small warning, I'm not a lawyer, so this is going to be from an economic perspective rather than from a legal perspective. Moving to, yeah. So three topics I want to briefly address. One is the survey, which is coming up within the Recreating Europe project, which I'll be performing together with my colleague Abir Pervez. Give some short perspectives from the pre-platform age based on a survey, a similar survey I did in the Netherlands almost a decade ago now, and some insights from a recent evaluation of the Dutch Copyright Contract Act, which in fact included quite a few of the articles that were now introduced by the CDSM directive and which have been evaluated after being enacted 5 years. So going to the survey now, the background basically is that digitization brought many threats and opportunities for authors and performers. And thinking back a while ago, maybe, there were quite some high hopes, and I'll give some insights on that from the previous survey, of digitization bringing new opportunities for authors and performers individually to disintermediate publishers and to find new earning opportunities. Many other possible opportunities brought by digitization, like the cheaper production technology, which could spur the position or promote the position of authors and performers, creative reuse, decentralization. So many positive forces following from digitization. On the other hand, of course, there are threats following from digitization, such as disintermediation, also working against authors and performers, competition from amateurs and debutants, piracy, of course, much debated, especially in the first few years of the century, and more recently, competition from AI authors. So authors, real life, like flesh and blood authors being made superfluous by AIs, writing journal articles, perhaps newspaper articles. The survey we'll be conducting will be focusing on all EU countries and including a wide range of creators and performers. So ranging from musicians, songwriters, composers, writers, all types. And we'll be discussing topics ranging from income developments and remuneration, general expectations of digitization, experiences with platforms and publishers, content removal, again, the competition from AI creation, and also the topic of copyright reversal, which has just been discussed. I think this is quite important because many of the current articles and discussion are about which articles have been implemented, but there is relatively little work on actual experiences from authors and performers with all such developments. Going back again, this 10 years of the previous survey, looking back back at that time, you could say we were talking about the pre-platform age. For sure, digitization was going on full force. There was a lot of piracy going on, but the position that the large platforms such as Netflix, Apple, Spotify currently have wasn't there yet. And you can actually see that, I think, in the answers that were given 10 years back by many authors and performers. And this is a snapshot of the outcomes on a question asking creators and performers about their expectations concerning future earning opportunities as a consequence of digitization. And with hindsight, what strikes me is that the majority of them was quite positive, in fact. So over the total sample, about 60% completely agreed or agreed with the statement that digitalization would improve their earning opportunities. It varies between types of performers and creators, but in general, people are quite optimistic. And especially when you're looking at the percentages that completely disagree, these are fairly small. So despite everything you could say, despite piracy, despite all threats that were lurking or looming in the future, creators and performers were still very, very positive. Zooming into the threats and opportunities of digitizations that all performers and creators saw at the time, we had this threat and opportunity index, and you see here that on the top right-hand side, video artists and also performing musicians were rather positive, whereas translators and illustrators, journalists, photographers, authors, actually the print media were more on the gloomy side of things, seeing more threats and fewer opportunities. Now, zooming in on the rights reversion, and I apologize for these graphs being in Dutch. So the reversal clause that was about to be enacted in Dutch law was applauded by most creators. So about 75% thought it was really a good idea to be able to reverse copyright in case there would be insufficient exploitation by copyright holders. And on the right-hand graph, you see that quite a large percentage also regularly saw exploitation opportunities which they consider to be insufficiently or unused by their rights holders or exploitants. So there was quite some support by creators and performers for having this reversion clause back then. Now, moving on to the evaluation as a last point of the Dutch Copyright Contract Act, and especially the reversion clause after being there for 5 years, you see a few things. Now, the general aim of Dutch Copyright Contract Act, which is in many respects quite similar to new legislation European-wide, was to strengthen the contractual position of authors and performers. When you look at that from an economic perspective, I at the time was quite negative about this piece of legislation, for the reason that if you enact certain articles to strengthen this position, but you don't change the underlying economics of intransparency or information asymmetry favoring publishers or platforms, and oversupply perhaps of creators and performers, you won't change a thing. And regrettably, to some extent, that is what happened. So the contractual right to fair remuneration and the bestseller clause are currently, or over the past 5 years, have scarcely been exercised. In practice, because people are authors and performers fear that invocating these rights would lead to blacklisting, and in fact there have been some instances of that. One brave woman director or screenwriter who actually went to the kind of special court that was established for this, won the case but lost her work basically. So this is a serious problem, that when you go to such, when you try to make use of such rights individually, there can be huge backlash, and you might even regret ever having stood up for your rights. So we evaluated that formulating best practices and finding collective arrangements is a better route than kind of enabling individual autism performers to pursue their rights, because they will lose out by the end of the day. There were many complaints about transparency of exploitation income statements. So again, transparency on that account is something which is really welcome. And lastly, before I conclude, on copyright reversal, there is this issue that there's also a contract dissolution clause in Dutch civil code. So there was a bit of ambiguity what article to invoke. But more importantly, an issue is that it's increasingly unclear what sufficient exploitation means in the digital age. For instance, when you have printing on demand, where a publisher can have a book available anytime without doing any active exploitation. So the non-usus or the non-use clause really needs clear understanding of what do we consider sufficient exploitation. And two routes seem to be available there. One is to focus more specifically on the actual promotion and the prominence of works rather than the technical availability of works. And the prominence also on significant platforms. So it should not be sufficient for instance, for a book to only be available on some obscure website, but not available on the major mainstream platforms. An alternative route, which is promising, is adopted in the standard contract now for Dutch publishers, which is actually to have simply an annual threshold of revenues. And in this new standard contract, it says, if the revenues for the authors are below 200 euros a year, you consider it non-exploitation or non-use, and rights may be reversed. That's all I had to say. Again, I hope to be somewhere near my time, and I'm gladly pass the floor on back to Rebecca.
Thank you so much. Close enough to time. We're very, very fortunate now to have Emma Casey here, Chair of the Society's Council for the Collective Management of Performers' Rights, to speak to us about how his organization is working towards implementations of the directive that will best ensure remuneration is paid in the most efficient, transparent, and timely ways. So yes, please, Emma.
Thank you, Rebecca. I'm going to be, you'll be glad to hear, relatively short, so we can get you all back on track. A little history, I suppose. 25 years ago, I would have been in the department on a political side when we brought in our first piece of proper copyright legislation. For the last 20 years, I've been running the Irish Performers Organisation, recorded artists, actors and performers, and for about the last 5-6 years I've been chairman of SCAPRA. And SCAPRA is the worldwide umbrella organization for all performer CMOs, audio and audiovisual. We represent about 1 million performers worldwide, and our spread is across North America, Latin America, South America, Europe, Africa, Asia. Each of the members, the criteria is that they're member owned and they are not for profit. SCAPRA supports all initiatives which ensure performers are going to get a fair remuneration. However, we're delighted to a point with the DSM. However, to us it's quite vague. One of the things I think we have to put our hands up about was that we concentrated in Europe hugely as performers, hugely on Article 18. As was mentioned earlier, the record labels, the producers were pushing Article 17. We concentrated on Article 18, and there was very little, I suppose, notice taken of Article 22. The reversion right really went under the radar to a huge degree. So I think as performers, we may have failed a little bit on that one. We do have the use it, lose it in the previous directive, but we fully worked on Article 18. One of the biggest issues for performers, as you probably know, is that they have very little online rights. They have very little digital rights, and in lots of instances, they've no compensation whatsoever for it. So the emphasis for us has been on that. The problem we see with the implementation is that how it's going to be enacted in different territories. So unfortunately, it's a case of sitting back and looking at how it's going to be implemented. One of the interesting territories is Sweden. In Sweden, and I think we would certainly like to push it in other territories, they are going to spend the next year looking at how the directive has benefited performers with a review period. And we think that's a very sensible approach. It seems to be a very fair approach. Of course, it will depend on the outcome of the review, but we really do feel that the way it is being enacted is not really initially going to benefit performers. So I think we're going to have to fight territory by territory to try and get the rights basically copper fastened for our performers. We do, as a SCAPRA, we are kind of limited in the sense that what we do is we just try to implement policies and procedures to ensure that these payments get through. We work with organizations right across the world, developing organizations. We set up systems for them, etc. However, because some of our organizations are joint societies, producers and performers, there are certain conflicts. So we advocate always on behalf of performers, but we are conscious that in some instances there will be conflict within CMOs because we have producers in relation to that. I mean, that's really where we come in on it. We're kind of very much at the coal face. We're dependent on the legislators putting in strong protections. We've seen in a lot of instances that, unfortunately, it seems to be lip service to a degree, that the one thing that we can say positively is that they acknowledge that there is a need for protection for creators. But the truth is we don't believe that they've actually given us the full tools to implement them. So that's where we stand. We stay positive, and hopeful, and we'll work. But unfortunately, I believe we're going to be working on a state-by-state basis to see about getting the implementations in. So that you'll be glad to hear it. That's short, it's that sweet, and I'll pass it back to Rebecca.
Thank you so much, Emma. And now that brings us to our final speaker. I'm delighted to introduce Cécile Deniard, Vice President of the European Council of Literary Translators Associations. Translators have, of course, been much involved in the lobbying for these new creators' rights. She'll be giving their view on the implementation process, including the challenges and the opportunities the new remuneration and reversion rights represent. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Thank you to my co-panelists and to Recreating Europe for this invitation. So I'm Cécile Deniard. I'm a literary translator. I'm actually not the vice president of Seattle. I'm the coordinator of our Authors' Rights Working Group, no problem. As you may have gathered from my accent, I'm also French. So it may be that I will be referring to the French situation, which I know best. And I'm the vice president, this time it's true, of SOFIA, the CMO for the French publishing industry. So I'll be sharing with you a PowerPoint. Okay, is it, what should I do again? Make it full screen, yeah. I guess it's okay. So just a few words about Seattle. That's the European Federation for Literary Translators. It was created some 30 years ago. 34 associations from 28 European countries and 10,000 individual literary translators. as you said, literary translators are fully recognized as author by the Berne Convention. And we have working groups. The Authors' Rights Working Group has been very active, as you said, during the years leading to the CDSM directive, reacting to the REDA report, the first projects by the Commission and so forth, you know the story. And so we were very happy that the final version was much more creator-friendly than the first project. And so now the stage is national. So we've been trying to help our members make the best of those authors-friendly provisions, 18 to 23, with, for instance, a PowerPoint looking like that, emphasizing the general breakthroughs of the directive for authors, like the fact that it recognizes the weak position of authors in the contractual relationship, and hence aims at empowering them through collective action. The words collective agreement, collective bargaining, stakeholders dialogue come up and again in the directive, whether in the recitals or in the articles. And collective action is in the forefront to establish minimal requirements for remuneration, transparency, dispute resolution procedures, contract adjustment mechanism. So again, trying to give the tools to our members to see how those provisions should translate in actual terms for, in particular, literary translators. Like, for instance, the fact that even if they are paid with lump sums, which is more often the case for translators than for other types of authors, they should still benefit from the transparency obligation, if only to know if there's discrepancy between what they've been paid initially and the final revenues generated by their works. And, you know, we've also pinpointed to our members the loopholes and avenues of evasion for the publishers. I would also like to share with you a flash survey that we've been conducting among our members at the end of 2020 about the implementation of the directive. Of course, we knew about the DSM implementation tracker. Actually, we refer to it in the when publishing the results of our survey, but we wanted to make sure that the directive was on top of everybody's agenda at the end of a year that had been very disrupted by the COVID crisis. I believe there are a couple of interesting insights in this survey. We've been asking our members what they knew about the projects for implementation of Articles 18 and 223. If you look at the answer there for the right of revocation, you see that more than half our members said they didn't know what was going to happen. And because other questions of the survey show that our members have a very high level of involvement and access to information, that goes to show that at least at the beginning of the year, there was no knowing what was in the pipelines, either because nothing was in the pipelines or because there was a great level of delay in the process or a lack of transparency, which is also highlighted in other parts of the survey. So of course, we want now to conduct another one in a few months from now to take stock of what will really have happened for these articles. Now coming to the main subjects of this panel about remuneration. To be true to the title of the panel, indeed remuneration is on top of the creator's agenda. The question for us is, of course, how do the words fair and proportionate or appropriate and proportionate translate at the national level? Again, we come back again and again to the notion that collective bargaining is essential to set standard, because of course fairness and even proportionateness only can be defined in light of national practices and even national standards of living and so forth. So directive gives a central place to collective action, and that will enable us to get, we hope, collective agreement. Nowadays, publishers cannot tell us that collective agreements would be against European or national rules of competition, which they've been wont to say. They cannot anymore refuse collective discussion on remuneration to set minimal standards, that is minimum fees or minimum royalties. So this is what we are pushing for. About the fairness term, it might be interesting for some of you to know that in France, the debate has been really these past few months about how to remunerate creative work as such in the case of a commission work. That is, how do you get an initial fee, a bonus for the commission itself without falling into a work for hire system. That has been very much the focus in France these last few months. The notion of proportionality is of particular importance for translators. As I said, they more often than other types of authors are forced into lump sum payments. So for them to know if their remuneration is disproportionately low, they need to get reports on the subsequent exploitation. And to come to the revocation right, since it has been the focus of the other presentation, if I want to be a little bit provocative, I would say, well, for creators, it's not a goal in itself. And I was not surprised to see that it was not initially a big demand on the Creators Association's part, because sitting on one's right, of course, is not the goal. The goal is to get your work licensed, then being remunerated, then knowing about the exploitation, and taking your rights back is like a last resort measure. Just mentioned, there's the threat of being blacklisted. That is very much the case. Still, of course, the revocation right could be very interesting as a threat to get exploitation and to get reporting. The French case is very interesting in that respect, in that it is the only country where for the publishing industry, the possibility exists to revoke the contract when there is no proper reporting or lack of payment of royalties. Still, the experience shows that very few authors have been taking advantage of that disposition, which has been in existence for 8 years now. So that raises question again. I see I'm taking too much of my time, so I'll just two last questions in that area. So question about blacklisting, questions about the practicality of the revocation right, especially in as Josh said, in a print-on-demand era. I was very happy to see that the Dutch authors are asking for a 200 euros threshold. Well, in France, we are now settling for a 100 euros threshold. Maybe we need to be more ambitious, but we see we see there's a trend there. The question of formality and burden of proof is also complicated for authors. It's not easy even to prove that you have taken your rights back. We've seen that in the case of out of commerce works within Sofia in France. So again, that's an avenue of research to see why authors, even when a fairly easy way to revocate the contracts exists, don't take advantage of it. Well, as a very quick conclusion, both the rights to fair and proportionate remuneration and revocation point to the transparency obligation to be effective. I believe all these provisions need to be considered as a system, one provision needing the others to be efficient. And as an authors association, we are very much aware that beyond the legal transposition, the actual implementation of this principle will be a long fight, probably also at the national level for us. But hopefully we can rely on that notion of collective bargaining. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to all the panelists. And while we had the best intention of making up time, we are actually fully at time before we even got to the Q&A. But I hope that you do all agree that it was worth it for such interesting perspectives from a range of people here. And I think that ending on this point about the importance of transparency, that's a theme that I think that should probably continue throughout this entire discussion, and indeed every time that we are thinking about reform of copyright law. Thank you all so much for joining. I suggest that perhaps if you do have the questions, that might be that's something that you could discuss in the breakout rooms if you run out of other small talk. Thank you again and goodbye.
Thanks a lot, Rebecca, and thanks to our speakers and presenters and respondents. We are indeed in quite a relevant delay. So I would suggest two things. The first is that we shortened the virtual coffee break to 10 minutes instead of 15. So we resume at 4:25 instead of 4:30. So 4:25 back. Now, as we said already at the beginning, we are going to have a number of breakout rooms, which are divided per topics. You can pick the topics of the panel you like the most. We also have general copyright talks or no talks copyright whatsoever. Feel absolutely free also just to take your break literally. So simply to go and stretch yourself, get a coffee, do whatever you want. Being in the breakout room is absolutely not compulsory. I would suggest that we also take the questions for panel 1 in the breakout rooms for remuneration and reversion rights for the interest of time. And I'll see you back for panel 2 at 4:25. Thank you very much.
For those of you who are having trouble joining the rooms, click on the breakout rooms. If you don't see them, click on more, and then you will see breakout rooms, and then you can choose whichever one you would like to join. You can also swap rooms. So if you would like to join another one in 2 minutes or so, you can return to the main room and then go to the room that you would like to go to. If you have any problems, please unmute yourself and let me know.
Welcome back, everyone. Said that this virtual coffee break could last shorter than what we wanted, but I hope you could still enjoy mingling a bit with the audience and you could at least get in contact with some of the people you wanted and eventually also ask questions with regard to panel 1 there. We will do our best to have Q&A sessions after each panel. If we don't manage to reach this point because of time constraint, we will collect questions and address also them to speakers at the end of the conference or offline. We move now to panel 2, a new era for copyright exceptions and limitations, chaired by Professor Christoph Geiger, Professor of Law at the University of Strasbourg. Christoph and his great scholarship and institutional work don't need, for sure, my introduction. Apart from being the very prolific and impactful scholar we all know, is just to mention a few of his roles: past director of CP, one of the founding members of the European Copyright Society, executive board member of EPIP, European Policy for Intellectual Property Association, and he is the president-elect of ATREP, the International Association for Teaching and Research in Intellectual Property. One of the areas on which Christoph has mostly impressed his mark is that of copyright flexibilities, particularly read through the lens of fundamental rights and the constitutionalization of copyright. Who then better than him to chair this panel? I'm really thankful and glad, Christoph, that you managed to join us today. Really thank you for being here with us today. And I welcome you and our speakers and discussant for panel 2, on which I'm also going to bring my take on about recreating Europe Result. Christoph, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Katharina, for this most nice introduction. I have the pleasure and indeed to chair this panel on a topic, as you mentioned, that is very close to my heart. Basically, I've been invited make a few statements as an introduction to that panel, and I will use this couple of minutes actually to try to answer the question that is asked to the panel. Are we going through a new era for copyright exceptions and limitation? And I will not restrain myself too much to the CDSM directive, but try to also get the invitation out of the title of this conference. That is actually to pose a snapshot to the future of EU copyright law. But before we go to the future, let us maybe briefly recall a few words about the past. And the past are, of course, the last 20 years, the area of the InfoSoc directive and the CDSM directive. And clearly, let's say it directly because we don't have many minutes. This is the area of the clear failure of the legislator. And the Advocate General Spunja had clearly put it, it's not even from me, that the judges had to step in to be the guardian of a fair balance of interest They had to step in also in order to ensure harmonization where the legislator did not have the courage to do so. So no need to recall all the deficiency of the system with regard to exception limitations, the uncertainties, the closed list of exception, the optional character, the fact that we have 27 different regimes in 27 different member states, the unclear rationales when it comes to the high level of protection that introduced also some sort of a restrictive understanding, the three-step test, etc., etc. So what we have today is very complicated, it's not harmonized, and it's not satisfactory. So the legislator failed again in the CDSM directive. It introduced 3 additional exceptions, but again, the political compromises made it as such, and I'm sure we will talk about it in the context of the text and data mining exception, that we are still full of uncertainty. So the judge had to step in the past area, and I think now it's just to take that we need to take stock of this uprising of the judge and the use that they made of all kinds of tools that they had to at their disposal. Fundamental rights has been mentioned by the Advocate General Spooner. Actually, I recall he really nicely saying every case is about balancing fundamental rights. So it's really at the core of the interpretation of the core, and by using autonomous concepts of EU law. So in this new area, we will have to take stock, and we will have to give the judges the tools they need in order to do what they have been doing in the last 20 years. And I think this needs to go through an opening clause in EU copyright law, particularly since the Court of Justice seems to have closed the door to external limitation based on fundamental rights. So these are not available anymore to fine-tune the system. The court has still left open the door of internal balancing, so it would be good that they have a transparent tool at hand to balance in the future. But what is in 2 minutes, what is the new area which is in front of us? And this new area is an area where it's not anymore about exception limitations, but it's about users' rights, as the Court of Justice has clearly considered. And the EU will now have to develop procedural safeguards and mechanism to enforce these rights. This has very important implications for copyright, and in particularly in more conceptual way. I'm sure this project will contribute to this. It recognized clearly that creativity is not fostered only by exclusive rights, but equally by the free spaces that are left by copyright. And we have now empirical data that have emerged in the last couple of years that is backing this conclusion. Exclusive rights and the limitation are equal tools and are 2 sides of the same coin. So if you defend, and this is, I think, one of the aim of this panel, exception limitation, you defend the copyright system as a whole, and you don't have an anti-copyright attitude, as it was often considered in the past. So asking if for the mandatory and enforceable nature is absolutely in line of defending the copyright system. So if exception limitations are fostering creativity and materializing important values such as fundamental rights, well, it is just unacceptable that they are at the disposal of right holders or intermediaries. And this is clearly emerging from another discussion that we will have later on during this conference in the context of Article 17 of the Copyright Directive. Suddenly, if you look into the last guidance of the Commission of early June, the Commission recognized clearly that certain exceptions are autonomous concepts of EU law and should be safeguarded, not prevented by automatic filtering. So what we have now are rights to an exception, and the future research should, I think, more deeply look into the status and the regime of these rights. And we have even to rethink the vocabulary. Paul Keller has introduced his presentation by users' rights map. I would prefer the rights to use, because when you talk about users' rights, it's always the category creators, right holders, authors, and users. I prefer to call them rights to use, because basically the creators are the biggest beneficiary of these free spaces. So we will have to enter new territory, the territory where non-exclusive users such as statutory remuneration rights play a role. And I understand Katharina will draw a bigger picture in her presentation than merely exception limitation. And here, the territory is unknown. The vocabulary is unclear. The systematization is still not clear. What is possible under European and international law. I tried to map it with a colleague recently, and it was quite obvious that there is a lot of need for research. So the future is still blurred. Some clarity needs to be put. But what is interesting now that some taboos have been abandoned, or at least are about to be. I recall when I defended my PhD, quite some years ago now, but if you had a pro-exception standpoint, you were clearly an enemy of the system. This is not longer the case. So the new generation of researchers can at least have a free mind. They don't have to fear that their career will be ended when they deal with exceptions, limitations. And with this, I'm closing this opening remarks to introduce my amazing panel. I have the pleasure, of course, to introduce, but will not introduce her, because she's actually our host and the mastermind behind this day, behind this project, Katharina Skanga, which would be followed by Thomas Margoni, who is a research professor for IP at the Center for IT and IP Law in Leuven, and also a fellow at CREATE. Their presentation will be followed by two discussants, like in the first panel. Augustin Rena, who's director for legal and economic affairs at the European Consumer Organization, and Jeremy Rollinson, who's senior director for digital inclusive economy at Microsoft. So please, I know time is short, so please, Katharina, go ahead, and we'll take it from there.
Thanks a lot, Christophe. This was a really great introduction for our presentations. You have heard enough from me today, so I really try to be short and sweet now. I don't have slides, and I will just give you some snapshots about the work we are conducting in Recreating Europe in the field of end users, access to culture, and creative reuse. We devote an entire research cluster to this topic. And of course, here a great role is played by copyright exceptions. Thomas will later focus, as you heard, on text data mining, while I'll give you instead a brief account of the concept, methodology, and interim results of the general comparative mapping on public and private regulatory sources we conducted in the field of copyright flexibilities. I will also add some takeaways very briefly for the future of EU copyright harmonization in light of the CDSM directive. Many things have been already, by the way, hinted at by Paul in his presentation before. We decided to define the scope of our analysis more broadly than what has been done in past, particularly institutional studies and preparatory works. And this because our review of the state of the art indicated that apart from a few scholarly attempts, you cannot really find any consolidated and all-encompassing definition of the limitations of copyright protections in favor of end users and in general of creative reuses. In fact, we miss a commonly accepted and shared definition of copyright flexibilities. You may think that this love for overarching definitions is an academic thing with no real relevance for the actual practice of law, but that's not actually the case. In fact, in the past years, the process of legislative and judicial harmonization of EU copyright has featured the common reference to fair balance, not only in the field of copyright exceptions, but in the entire realm of copyright law, scope of exclusive rights included. Of course, end users and fair balance come into play more clearly in the field of exceptions, and the key importance of exceptions is clearly shown by the fact that the Court of Justice now defines them users' right, as Christoph mentioned before, and the EU legislator has recently started also to subject them to maximum harmonization, as it always did just for exclusive rights. However, an analysis of copyright flexibilities cannot be limited to exceptions if we really want to offer an effective overview of the state of the copyright balance, and especially of the consideration of conflicting rights and public interest goals. This is why when we devised our questionnaires for national experts, we decided to cover a wider range of internal and external limits to copyright protection, from exceptions to paying public domain, free public domain, the three-step test, levy system, non-voluntary licensing schemes, exhaustion, legislative and judicial reference to fair balance, public interest, users' rights, and so forth. That's, in our opinion, perfectly in line with the approach now adopted by the CDSM directive, which intervenes, in fact, on the copyright balance by coupling flanking exceptions with additional mechanisms. Think about rules on out-of-commerce works, extended collective licensing, free uses of cultural heritage objects in the public domain, and so forth. And it also takes into account the general approach of the EU legislator, which has introduced tools to protect users' interest also outside copyright law. And in this case, think about the Directive on Consumer Contracts for the supply of digital content. From September 2020 to December 2020, not a lucky year, unfortunately, we collected the responses of 36 national experts reporting on 27 EU member states. The inclusion also of national judicial decisions helped us track in two elements that are often neglected in general studies. First, the different implementation of the Court of Justice principles and doctrines by national courts, and also to trace convergences and divergences of national case law in areas of copyright flexibilities which are not covered by the EU harmonization. At the same time, the SEGED team in Recreating Europe performed an articulated mapping of end-user license agreements from 17 internet platforms offering protected content and analyzed them to assess the degree of compression of users' rights and freedoms. Our research has produced already interesting findings, which might already be used for an ex post and an ex ante impact assessment of regulatory efforts. These results will be published soon on our website in the form of commented datasets and working papers. But for our today's discussion, let me just give you some brief snapshots, first on public sources and second on private sources. First, public sources. Particularly through the analysis of national court decisions, we could spot remarkable divergences and back them empirically in the living interpretation of a number of concepts. I will mention among all de minimis and private uses, where we witness great differences in the interpretation of the notion of private sphere. I would mention also educational uses, which in some states are narrowly framed, while in others are much broader and cover teaching, research, events, media collections, and so forth. I would mention cultural and societal interests, which aside from the InfoSoc exceptions on libraries, are explicitly taken into account only by a handful of member states. I would mention parody and quotation, which despite the remarkable interventions of the Court of Justice, are still plenty of hidden divergences in national case law, which are deeply rooted in local cultures. Similarly, national courts have only limitedly implemented the fair balance doctrine, And there is very little trace and absolutely no uniformity on the side of the balance between copyright and fundamental rights, apart from a few jurisdictions. The three-step test still represents a curse for the lack of predictability of its implications, and by far the biggest patchwork remains that of non-voluntary licensing schemes, where besides the consolidated Scandinavian practice on extended collective licenses, we have several cross-national patterns of purposes, from private uses to broadcasting, compilation of school anthologies, making available of publicly funded works, but there is no possibility whatsoever to sketch common trends, principles, and mechanisms. Second point, the picture resulting from a license agreement mapping. Two main findings. On the one hand, intermediaries offer some flexibilities for their consumers, for example, granting full access rights, family sharing, procedural safeguards, which, however, are inversely proportionate to the amount of protected content this platform handles. On the other hand, platforms still hardly fulfill the expectation of end users, as they significantly restrict the scope of copyright flexibilities, in some instances more than what they did a decade ago. On this, there is a wonderful paper from Peter Meze, who's here with us today, and Istvan Harkai, who will be soon out and is already in the process of being shared on repositories. And I advise you having a look at it because it gives you also more details on this very interesting analysis. What are our preliminary conclusions? First, that the situation is possibly worse than what was flagged by those who criticized the negative effects of the EU patchwork of exceptions after the InfoSoc directive. Because if one opens the scope to cover all copyright flexibilities, national laws are much less harmonized than in respect of exceptions only. Second, the Court of Justice push towards an increased harmonization has not proven so effective at a national level. Third and last, the impact of end-user license agreements is confirmed to be quite high. And the question remains whether the limited intervention on digital consumer law in 2019 with its information duties is enough to effectively protect free users and users' interests. This finding supports the approach to copyright flexibilities adopted by the CDSM directive, the choice for mandatory and not overridable nature of exceptions, but the way ahead is still long. And we should still see what the effects of the CDSM will be and whether important CJEU's doctrines like the one in Funke Medien, Spiegel Online, and Pelham will find proper reception or not in national decisions, because we still didn't have time to see. We will map and analyze also these and other aspects in our research from now to December 2022 when the project will finish, so stay tuned about it. That's all from my side. Thank you very much and looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Katharina, and for exposing the exciting work that is ongoing and all the outputs that are about to be released. So this is great. I'm going straight away to Thomas. I guess that from your scholarship, you'll be talking about text and data mining. Am I right? I suppose
you are, Christoph. You are. Thank you very much for your great introduction. Again, as I think every speaker said so far, I'll try to stay within my allocated time, even though I'm not sure how much I can really commit to that. Yes, so I will focus on a specific task of our project. So this is task 3.3 within WP3. And the task, as Christoph pointed out, focuses on the specific aspect of copyright and copyright-related aspects connected to input data for training purposes on machine learning applications. So rather longer description than just text and data mining. We will look at text and data mining, but we also try to approach the problem from a broader, including methodological perspective, also in the light of what Katharina just pointed out in terms of our, the style of this project. So the research, the team, it's led by CREATE, the University of Glasgow, in particular by Dr. Pinar Ruch, Professor Martin Kretschmer, and myself, even though now I am at CTUP at KU Leuven. So our starting assumption in this specific task is that we are facing a double complexity. We have complexity on the technological side. We are lawyers, and we need to analyze one of the most advanced and possibly complex technologies of our time, artificial intelligence, and in particular, data-driven approaches to artificial intelligence. So where we need large amount of data sets that are then analyzed by specific algorithms. But we also have a legal complexity, and the legal complexity is captured by how the pre and post CDSM acquis would apply to artificial intelligence. We know that the pre-CDSM acquis in this field is complex in its own right. Of course, it did not address explicitly text and data mining, but as emerged in previous panels and in the keynotes, both by Professor Chalabarder and Advocate General Spooner, a number of its provisions naturally apply to acts that can be considered equivalent to text and data mining or data analytics, as the Court of Justice, for example, had the opportunity to highlight in cases like InfoPack 1 and 2, but not only. So in order to tackle this double complexity, we adopted what we refer to as a reverse inductive strategy. And in particular, we developed a case scenario approach where three representative data analytic techniques have been identified: web data scraping for scientific purposes, machine learning in the context of natural language processing, and image recognition for content moderation. And using these case scenarios so allowed us to have access an extremely valuable source of factual and technical information on the specific steps employed in data-driven AI. So on the basis of these case scenarios, then we have performed what we as lawyers are more comfortable with, that is to say, a legal analysis that focuses on the part of the acquis applicable to data-driven AI, and in particular, the already mentioned right of reproduction, Article 2 InfoSoc Directive, the exception for temporary copies, 5.1, and naturally the new text and data mining exceptions of the Corporate and Digital Single Market Directive. So in our analysis, and we are just at the, let's say, interim stage, so more or less halfway through in our work, we identified a number of potential hurdles for an open, fair, and accountable development of AI applications in the pre-CDSM acquis, which it may be argued have only been partially addressed by the new text and data mining exceptions. So we'll focus briefly on a few of these points. For the sake of time, I will not go through all of them, but I think it makes sense to understand our work to mention some of the most significant. So in the pre-CDSM acquis, obviously the main, let's say, hurdles that we have found are the usual. So a very broad definition of the right of reproduction that is often able to capture mere uses, especially in the digital environment. And as Christoph said, this is something that was already pointed out in the drafting phase of Article 2 InfoSoc Directive 20 years ago. A narrow, again, I'm repeating what we all know, narrow, non-mandatory, closed list, contractable out list of exceptions and limitations, some of which used to be called free uses. So it would be very interesting here to know whether a limitation called free use, it's bound to a narrow interpretation the same way that an exception is. So the taxonomic dimension here is also interesting. And then, of course, technological enforcement, which, as we know in the digital environment, is extremely effective, but it needs to be balanced with safeguard for lawful users in a way that it's more effective than what we can find, for example, in Article 6 of the CSD, of the InfoSoc Directive. In the post-CDSM, so the way in which Article 3 and 4 impact on this scenario, again, very briefly, we identify a number of good provisions that we think are functional to maintaining or contributing to balance the different rights in the corporate field in an effective way. So for example, the mandatory nature of Article 3 is important. The fact that Article 4 is not limited to beneficiaries or type of uses. The opt-out clause, again, would require a rather more detailed analysis. The possibility to retain permanent copies for further verification. This is a crucial addition that is extremely, extremely important for the development of an open and competitive AI framework. The cumulability with other pre-existing TDM exceptions and with Article 1 is also interesting. But on the other hand, we have a number of pitfalls. I know my time is running short, so I go through them very briefly. The excessively broad definition of text and data mining, which makes the entire field of EU data-driven AI, not just text and data mining, but the entire EU artificial intelligence sector dependent on an exception, because this is what we're talking about, which arguably will need to be interpreted narrowly. The scope of the exception, which is limited to the right of reproduction. So the question of whether a trained model can be considered a reproduction in part or an adaptation of the training data remains unaddressed by Article 3 and 4. And then we all know the limitations as of beneficiaries, lawful uses, a de facto technological overridability. The reference here is to technological protection measures and integrity measures. And accordingly, to conclude, we identify a number of potential shortcomings for EU-based AI, chiefly the fact that the acquis as resulting after the implementation of this exception may favor the development of economically non-competitive and possibly biased AI system due to the creation of different price and accessibility conditions for accessing training material. So if this hypothesis that we are formulating is confirmed through future analysis, well, we need to measure what this means against other legal systems that has already been pointed out to offer a different set of incentives and costs for the development of AI in an optics of regulatory competition in what has been called a global race for AI sovereignty. So this is what we will try to assess in the remainder of the project. We will do this looking both at the copyright framework, but also at the new, old, some of them like the Open Data Directive and new, so the all new legislative proposals that the European Commission is issuing, such as in particular the AI proposal, sorry, the AI regulation proposal, and the Data Act that we are all awaiting with great interest. So this is an overview of our project. I hope I made it clear and almost in time. Thank you very much, Christoph.
Almost. Thank you. And thank you also for addressing, I think, one very important aspect en passant, it's the aspect of taxonomy. I think we will need at some point to clarify what is actually the difference between a limitation and an exception of free use, which does not mean necessarily use for free, statutory remunerations, defense, carve-outs, remuneration rights. You can hear all these synonyms, but they refer to different conceptual meanings. And what is actually the difference between a restriction in scope and an exception or a limitation? I personally, often the same, if you do comparative law, the same use qualifies under different categories in different jurisdictions. Free use, as you know, is covering parodies was covering parodies in Germany. So at some point there needs to be a bit of clarification here. And thank you very much for your presentation, Thomas. And we will certainly come back to some of these aspects after we have heard our discussants. First, I pass the floor to Augustin Rena, and For time purposes, I will just invite Jeremy Rollinson to just follow up on this so we can enter if we have some time. I'm just looking at Katarina because we're really terribly late already. We will try to address questions to the panelists from the chat or from otherwise. Please, Mr. Rehner.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Christophe and Katerina, also for the invitation to this extremely interesting discussion. I'm going to be very brief, be mindful of time. So, as you probably know, access to content and to knowledge, as well as the conditions for using such content knowledge, have been a consumer issue for decades. Our members, the national consumer organizations and BEUC, have been particularly active in advocating for a consumer-oriented approach to copyright law, and particularly in what concerns exemption and limitations. And even at the time, we were labeled as extremists for asking exemptions to be considered as user rights and not just mere exemptions. But now the situation, as you say, Christophe, seems to be changing, at least in what concerns jurisprudence. As you are all aware, there is uncertainty about the status of the exemption and limitation, their enforceability, their interpretation. So we have seen also in the presentation of Paul, the discrepancy across the EU and the level of fragmentation regarding exemptions and limitations. These have been also tested before national courts. Probably you're aware of the efforts by the consumer organization USA Que Choisir in the Mulholland Drive saga. It's going to be almost 10 years of that, and again, we don't have certainty about the status of these exemptions. Are mere defense, they are not user rights. So there is, from a consumer perspective, this is far from being settled. And then when it came the Commission proposal for the new copyright directive, you're all very much aware of the criticism around the proposal at the time, Article 13, now Article 17. But I remember when we were discussing this proposal, there was the MEP Comodini Caccia, who was the rapporteur at the time, a Maltese MEP with a fundamental rights background, who actually proposed to accommodate, in order to accommodate this Article 13, to elevate the exemptions and limitations to what's it called user rights, so the right to use content covered by an exemption and limitation, in order to make it enforceable against the technical measures that were aimed to be introduced by Article 13. Unfortunately, she had to leave the European Parliament to take a seat in the national Maltese Parliament. And we all know what happened afterwards. So MEP Foss took over the file and abandoned this idea. And while very little progress was made in copyright law, that also meant that we have to find other ways in order to channel these consumers' expectations and other tools to rebalance the situation of consumers in copyright law. And almost coincidentally, the European Commission at the same time made another proposal, which was the Digital Content and Digital Services Directive, which basically apply or extended the remit of consumer law to digital services and digital content. As we know very well, many of these digital services are protected also under copyright law. So the question is how to conciliate these two areas of law. Perhaps not so much coincidentally, but the co-rapporteur of this consumer law proposal was also MEP Foss, and together with right holders made very clear that the Digital Content Digital Service Directive could not undermine whatsoever what we have in copyright law. However, although the final outcome of this directive is far also from being clear, what is interesting is that restrictions to the exercise of exemptions and limitations could be considered as a lack of conformity under consumer law. This is total novelty, which could lead also to the application of consumer law remedies. So, for example, contract termination and other type of like remedies. The problem is that while this directive gives with one hand, it takes with the other. So basically, while conformity can be assessed regarding the restrictions to exemption limitations, the supplier of the digital content, digital service can avoid this, this liability by requiring the explicit and separate agreement by the consumer, which is quite interesting, because that also means that it won't be enough to restrict the exercise of exemption limitations by means of contract or of technology, technical protection measures. And if the supplier does so, needs to have a separate agreement from the consumer to do that. So it's basically adding another layer. So from that perspective, this could work as a means to discourage the use of additional restriction. Still, it doesn't immunize exemption limitations to contractual and technical limitation, but it was extremely interesting how now these two areas of law start coming together. At the same time, we cannot forget that an end user license agreement at the end of the day is a consumer contract, and as such is also subject to the application of consumer contract law and the fair contract terms legislation. So while this discussion is far from being settled in the context of copyright law, we have seen significant progress, I would say, in consumer law. We also have to see how the courts are going to react to this merging of laws. And answering perhaps to your initial question, Christopher, are we in a new era of exemptions and limitations? I think that we are gradually moving towards a new phase. The question is, are we going to leave this to the hands of the courts to sort out, or will the legislator finally intervene and clarify for once all these questions? For those that are interested, actually I wrote my dissertation on this very same issue. So if anybody's interested, just let me know. Of course, as you can imagine, I don't get a single cent from my publisher, but more than happy to share what I have produced. Thank you.
Thank you, Agustin. I'm just handing over immediately to Jeremy. Please keep your 7 minutes. We are really a bit over time. And Katarina, you feel free to do the frustrator, or I can do it myself if you want. But I don't know what your flexibilities, when talking about flexibilities in terms of timeline and how much we can kind of. But you understand it's really short. It's really short, so it's very difficult. You have been a little bit over 7 minutes too, Katarina. So please be in touch. Okay, Jeremy Rollinson, please take the floor.
Thank you, Christoph, and I can give some time back. I think I'd like to focus on the text and data mining exception, of course, and I think there's already some questions here, and based on some of the interventions earlier, I think there's a couple of key points that we'd like to have time to exchange on. So I'll be brief. I do think, as other speakers have said here, it is important to look back at what form this took when it was proposed in the first place. I think when we're examining it now and we're looking at member state transposition, which up until this point has largely been a copy and paste of the directive's language, of course, there are some terms there that either jurisprudence or market practices will aim at clarifying, whether that's around terms like lawful access, machine readable, etc. But I do think where the TDM exception landed in both Articles 3 and 4, given how narrow it was at the start, and given its importance indeed to the development of services like artificial intelligence and the computational analysis that has already been occurring for many, many years across a wide variety of sectors, not just the creative sector or publishing communities that are often at the heart of many of these copyright debates, I think where it landed was a lot of progress. I think in the context of artificial intelligence goals for the EU, we certainly saw that as a step in the right direction. Nothing is ever perfect here. I think where the text landed was a compromise of sorts between some of the different interests at play. If you look at how narrow it was at the outset, however, I do think we made a lot of progress. And I think the conversations at the time around this, when so many were focused on Articles 11 and 13, now 15 and 17, this was, a exception that had been limited really to discussions amongst research communities. Research communities that felt at a disadvantage compared to their counterparts in other regions of the world who were gaining IP and copyright clarity from the type of software they were allowed to apply to the text that they were examining. EU players felt as though many of their counterparts in other jurisdictions would have to be relied upon for the text and data mining activities of many of these partnerships, putting themselves at a disadvantage, or at the very least, this wasn't a very clear space. There was many who argued at the time that you didn't need to address this with an exception. It actually fell within the terms of the InfoSoc directive. It was incidental copies that we were talking about. We focused a lot on the non-consumptive uses of TDM. But I think what people do need to remember is that the type of analytics and computational analysis and the scope of the data to which this exception would apply goes well beyond any publishing business model or specific business model. Many of those who are most engaged in this debate, I think you're still talking about a drop in the ocean of the data to which this would really apply. And I think going in the opposite direction, we did risk unleashing a system of essentially even trolling behavior for the type of outputs that could come from the computational analysis and analytics that was happening in this space. So we focused a lot on the right to read should be the right to mine. If you think of researchers that were applying their own text and data mining to this space with their brains at the time, being able to do that faster with software shouldn't necessarily trigger the creation of a new right necessarily. However, you can appreciate that for certain business models, the licensing practices that they have and the licensing deals that were in place, you don't want to flip everything upside down. So where Article 4 landed in particular with the opt-out and an insistence that that needs to be expressed in a machine readable format, I think that's a compromise of sorts, especially when it applies to publicly available material. Those who are now engaging in text and data mining, both with content they've legally acquired or for publicly available content, have much more certainty about what they're allowed to do with those works and what type of injunctions they won't be faced with in the future. Again, we'll be following this closely, and our customers really are the ones that are following this even more closely. If you think of folks in a manufacturing context, agricultural, pharmaceutical context, the type of subscriptions that they've had, the type of analytics they've been applying to those works for years and years, I think there has been some level of reassurance that that can continue as before with a bit more certainty. There will be areas of ambiguity, I think, as different experiences happen on this. But at the same time, in the context of its artificial intelligence goals, we think the European Commission did take a step in the right direction with this. There's a lot more certainty for those who are engaged in the opportunity here than there was before. And I think it'll be important to kind of maintain the spirit of that as we look at upcoming debates indeed on the Data Act and IP in that context, especially for machine readable data. What's allowed to be done with that? How would licensing work, if at all? What's feasible in that space? When we're talking about large data sets that, standard licensing practices are a little bit more challenged when we're combining, millions of data sets and the computing power that cannot be brought to bear. So let me stop there, Christoph, because I promised to give you some time back, and hopefully there's some questions we can answer.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. And thank you also for presenting the glass as being half full instead of half empty. It is true that particularly the text and data mining exceptions made a whole way through the parliamentary process, and we ended up having 2 exceptions at the end, while at the beginning, as you clearly pointed out, it was really only for the research community. I even would suspect that the Commission did not really see the artificial intelligence issue at the very outset of the discussion, and I think it was address later on. Whether it's satisfying or not, we will see. Of course, the opt-out leaves us some uncertainty here on the functioning. We will see how it goes. Katharina writes me that we're kind of already beyond the time. So unfortunately, I will not be able to take a question. There was a great question or two in the chat, but I see Katharina is doing everything, is answering question here. So thank you for taking my task. And maybe just add a word of conclusion then by thanking the panel and maybe addressing one thing which is maybe beyond consumer or innovators or creators, is maybe the citizen perspective on all this, because there's one thing that we should not underestimate in this entire debate. Of course, different actors have different interests, but the citizen looks at the copyright system increasingly as being extremely complex. I'll just give you an experience that I made while I was commissioned by the EU IPO a couple of years ago to make a study and try to answer the 15 basic questions everyone has in the European Union about copyright. And I made a really big study, like looking in 27 different countries and etc. And I came up with the striking result that none of the most simple questions that everyone has, like can I post my photos on Facebook, or can I do this and that, can be answered in a simple way by yes or no. But it was depending on millions of different sub-conditions, etc. So this I would leave as a sort of a look to the future, that we are also addressing here the European citizens, and they are looking at the system in at least, if not suspect, but in a curious way. Thank you very much for all participants and speakers, and I hand out the floor back to Katharina.
Thank you, Christoph, and thanks a lot for the great discussion. I'm just sad that it's really a pity that with these online events we cannot really enjoy the flexibility we would have in-person events because of the online fatigue we should take into account. I invite the audience to jot down questions in the chat, not to refrain, because speakers may take their time to react there. The discussion may go on there and even offline. Let's hope to have a bit of time to wrap up at the end, but please don't refrain, even if time is short. Let's try to do our best to answer to all possible needs we may have. It's now time to move to one of the hottest topics of the day, what was called already several times today, the attention stealer. And probably one of the most debated issues in light of the long-awaited and recently issued Commission's guideline on the implementation of Article 17 of the directive. I'm talking, of course, about online content sharing platforms liability and automatic content filtering. And to chair this panel, we have another copyright law star, Eleonora Rosati, Professor of Intellectual Property Law at the University of Stockholm, and also the director of its Institute for Intellectual Property and Market Law, and co-director of its LLM in European Intellectual Property Law. She's been included in the World Intellectual Property Review 2020 list of influential women in IP, and in the Managing Intellectual Properties list of the 50th most influential people in IP. Absolutely deserved title, since not only is Eleonora a prolific and impactful author, but she has also acted as a consultant for institutions such as WIPO, EU WIPO, European Parliament and Commission, collecting societies, right holders association, and so forth. As you may know, she's the author of 2 recent landmark books, Copyright and the Court of Justice of the European Union, and the first article-by-article commentary of the CDSM directive, both Oxford University Press. I'm really glad she accepted our invitation to chair panel 3, and I welcome and thank her and our speakers and discussants for the panel for being here with us today. Eleonora, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Caterina, for the invitation in the first place and for your two kind words. It is really an honor to be part of today's program, so thanks for having me. There is already, an article-by-article commentary to the DSM directive. It is in French, and there is also another commentary specifically in the second edition of the EU copyright book by Paul Torremans and Irini Stamatudi, so I would not claim novelty in that respect. So it is my great pleasure to chair today's panel. As you have mentioned, and it has been raised already a few times during today's event, Article 17 has been one of the most discussed provisions in the directive. It ended up being a very long and complex provision, 10 paragraphs in length. And there are a few events surrounding its short lifetime so far that already have raised a number of question marks. The challenge lifted by the Republic of Poland against the very validity of the provision. As you know, there is a complaint currently pending before the Court of Justice of the European Union alleging a breach of freedom of expression under the EU Charter of Fundamental Rights. The Advocate General opinion in this case is expected next month. Tomorrow, we are waiting from the Court of Justice some guidance, possibly on the interplay between the pre-existing acquis and the right of communication to the public as found in Article 17, as also on the availability of safe harbor protection, which is something that still is surrounded by a certain degree of uncertainty. The guidance of the European Commission on the application of Article 17 was issued quite late in the process. It has been already described why that has been so, just 2-3 days before the deadline for the national transpositions. And already there are claims being made that perhaps the Commission has overstepped the mandate under Article 17 by saying many things about Article 17 and its actual content. In all this, despite being without prejudice to the EU copyright framework, the discussion around the DSA is likely also to have an impact on the application of Article 17. So it is apparent that the life of this provision was a hard one before birth and is likely to be even harder now that it is with us. So I'm very happy to be joined by our panelists today. I would like to introduce them to you, even if I guess that they are known by most people in this virtual room. We are very pleased to have as presenters Sebastian Schwemmer from the University of Copenhagen, Joao Pedro Quintais from the University of Amsterdam, and we have as commentators Cedric Manara, who is the head of copyright at Google, and Martin Uzovec from the London School of Economics. So the topic, as you've seen from the title of the session, is rather specific. It is about automated content moderation. So I would like to invite Joao and Sebastian to share their views on where we are going, both in relation to the Article 17 guidance of the European Commission, how you see that playing out in practice, and also on the interplay between the DSA and the content of Article 17. Joao, the floor is yours, or the screen is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eleanor. I assume you can all hear me well. That's okay. And you can see the presentation also. Okay. So wonderful introduction, Eleanor, because that allows me to almost skip my first part where I remind everyone that we're in this kind of terrible period where we just had the Commission guidance come out, but we also have a case coming out tomorrow that is indirectly / directly relevant here in the YouTube case. And in a couple of weeks or a bit more, we'll have the AG opinion that was already mentioned, for example, by Christoph in the Polish challenge to Article 17. So I think I will reflect a little bit on some of the points that Eleanor mentioned and leave to Sebastian the interplay with the Digital Services Act. And I will try to also frame it with the Digital Services Act. And I will try to also frame in the discussion the Commission guidance on Article 17 that I call a little bit of a reluctance guidance that focuses a lot on a case-by-case assessment of a lot of provisions. I say this with a bit of jest because I understand this is a test no one really wanted. Now, I think as a first point, it in my view, results from Article 17, and it has been kind of now seems a more adopted view, generally accepted, that there is a normative hierarchy in the provision. So on the one side, you have licensing, same level as user rights, so-called user rights and freedoms, or safeguards or exceptions and limitations. And then at a lower level, we have these preventive measures in 17.4 B and C, somewhat interpreted also in 5. This is what Martin Senfleben calls a little bit the provisions around the Bermuda Triangle of Article 17, trying to reconciliate the interests of users, rights holders, and also platforms. Now, obviously, this hierarchy results from the fact that there are different nature of obligations. The preventive measures being best efforts obligations, and these rights and freedoms being so-called obligations of result. Now, this type of hierarchy, or this view has been accepted both by the relevant institutions in their interventions in the hearing in the Polish challenge, but also specifically by the European Commission in its very, very recent guidance. And so I think what's important here is how does this play out actually? Well, this plays out in the following way. If you follow the logic of Article 17, especially the part where you're concerned about 17.4, you have to obtain an authorization under Article 17.1. If you can't, you have to first clear the first cumulative hurdle, best efforts to obtain authorization in paragraph 4A. Then if you do that, then you reach this really difficult situation of having to comply with preventive measures in 4B and C. Now, these preventive measures have a number of requirements on the part of rights holders, mostly related to the information they have to provide to platforms, and there's already some guidance there in the EC guidance on that point. We can discuss this later if you want. But in reality, the issue is how do you implement, especially for 17.4B and C? Now, the guidance here takes a view that this does not necessarily mean content filtering, right? But it then goes a little bit deeper and says, well, actually, there's a requirement for industry standards of professional diligence. This means available industry practices. If we look at current market practices, looking at what we had discussed in the stakeholder dialogues, what we see is actually, in my reading of the guidance, clear preference for medium to large scale platforms to use content recognition based on fingerprinting or even hashing. And for smaller platforms, all of this undefined in terms of scale, what this actually means. Country by country will have to be decided. Watermarking, use of metadata or keywords, but these are clearly non-preferred options, plus a complex multi-factor case-by-case assessment of proportionality in 17.5, and then also taking into consideration user rights and safeguards in the following provisions or paragraphs of Article 17. Well, this leaves us, if this is the case, to the same situation a little bit where we were before with some nuances, which is, well, content recognition technologies, whichever method you use here, fingerprinting or hashing, are really, and the EC agrees with this, not suited for the types of use in Article 17.7. And this has been widely reported even in the stakeholder dialogue. Those issues of metadata, the guidance tries to deal with that. They're context blind, they lead to false positives. This leaves us then in a problem. How do you reconcile this obligation of best preventive measures on one side, best efforts, with, on the other side, all these obligations of result in the provision? Well, one way to do it is to only, like the initially French approach, and still the French approach, is rely solely on ex post safeguards. So go through the stage of complaint and redress mechanisms in Article 79, and then move down and try through there to guarantee the respect of user rights and freedoms. In this terminology I'm using here, the mandatory exceptions and limitations. Well, the guidance clearly comes out and says this is not possible. This is not possible for the reasons I've mentioned before. So this is quite an important clarification, because this was controversial throughout the debate. So if this is not possible, how do you recognize this normative hierarchy? Well, you recognize them mostly through ex ante safeguards, but not only, as we'll see. So what the guidance actually says after having this recognition that 17.9 per se is not sufficient is not really just saying that ex ante safeguards are possible. It has a nuanced interpretation of best efforts, both in what regards the preventive measures in 17.4b, colloquially known as filtering, and C, notice and stay down, or also called sometimes re-upload filters. And then it goes further and says, well, if automated blocking is used, it is only possible, or filtering, in two cases. Like the first case is what has already been discussed to some extent, of manifestly infringing content, right? But if you read the guidance, it's a somewhat fuzzy concept, despite the best efforts, pun unintended, of the Commission here. that leaves you with a view that it's really difficult to apply these measures to an actual automated content recognition tool. So basically, it becomes difficult to actually design a tool that is consistent with the guidance that is provided regarding manifestly infringing content. On the other hand, what the guidance says is, well, if it's not manifestly infringing content, it has to stay up, subject to human review if the copyright holder complains. But importantly, this is not a legal assessment, meaning that you design this system in the best efforts for cooperation spirit, and you are not liable necessarily for that legal assessment as a platform. And then comes the new thing. And the new thing is what Paul Keller and Julia Reda mentioned as the loophole big enough to fit a truck in. I'm not sure I fully agree with that characterization, but it is the fact that there is an allowance here for a different type of content, the tertium genus, if you want. So-called earmarked content, that is content that has a high risk of economic harm, that must be somewhat, we don't know how, justified by the rights holders, and it should be time sensitive. Exactly how you do it depends on safeguards that are yet to be implemented, so hot potato back to platforms in member states. And if that is the fact, then the platforms have to carry out a so-called rapid ex-ante human review. Now, some doubts whether this is compatible with the Facebook Austria case, if this then becomes a de facto standard for application, but we can discuss that also. Now, what's weird here is that this earmark content, as you read the guidance, seems initially to be applicable to a subset of manifestly infringing content, but actually the guidance makes it pretty clear now. This might be, we don't know, might be also MIC content, as I call it here, but it's actually a different thing, can be a totally different category from this. And this is problematic even more for the reason that it is specified also in the guidance that if a platform does not take this into consideration, this earmarked content with these kind of loose characteristics, it will affect or should affect negatively or may affect negatively the assessment of the best efforts obligation, at least under paragraph B. So this means if you take this as an incentive structure designed for the platform, this really creates an incentive to block to some extent, depending on how member states include safeguards for earmarked content. So just to give you a visual of this and to end on one point, using here Paul Keller's slide with permission and some notes here to add a little Superman there, or two Supermans to signify something that Christoph Geiger mentioned in a different conference, which is our excessive reliance on human review as a means to safeguard fundamental rights. The main point here is that this structure as designed by the guidance creates two challenges in my view. One challenge is that it really doesn't solve the freedom of expression concerns we have. The other is that if you read all the knobs and levers in the guidance, depending on they're implemented, there are severe risks here in terms of proportionality and freedom to conduct a business vis-a-vis the platforms, which was not something many people were predicting before, but which I see as a new challenge going forward for national implementations. So with that, I would stop. Thank you very much, and I hope I respected my time.
Thank you very much, Joao. That was very insightful. Something that I forgot to mention is that if anyone has comments or questions, please use the chat function so that the speakers can pick the questions directly up. Let's now move on to Sebastian, conscious also of the time. And if you can please tell us something that indeed reopens a Pandora's box, and it is the possibility to shape the practical application of Article 17, at least in certain respects, through the provisions that will be part of the DSA. Sebastian?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me well. So I'm happy to provide a brief intervention on setting the rules for automated content moderation and this interesting relation of the Copyright DSM Directive and this proposed Digital Services Act that might have an influence on that. Just briefly starting with a few disclaimers. This is based on ongoing work with Joao in the Recreating Europe project. In the end, there's a link to our paper. It's thoughts in progress. So I'm looking forward to your interventions and comments. And lastly, as a disclaimer, I've been involved into some of the preparatory works to the DSA as an author of one of the background studies. So what we're going to talk about is content moderation. And content moderation is this really interesting phenomena, but so far there hasn't really been a legal definition put forward. And the DSA puts that forward in this proposal in Article 2, point P, as the activities undertaken by providers of intermediary services aimed at detecting, identifying, addressing either illegal content or information that is incompatible with the terms and conditions of said intermediary service, including measures taken that affect the availability, visibility, and accessibility of that content or information. So for the first time, we now have a proposed content moderation definition in the DSA. And as a starting point, if we look at the EU framework for content moderation, I think we could paint a fantastic Venn diagram between many different intersections. Think about the recommendation of 2018, 1st of March 2018, on online platforms and illegal content online. There is more sector-specific approaches. Look at the AVMSD, the terrorist content regulation. There's self-regulation, of course, in various verticals. There's national law. So this is a fairly complex picture. The Copyright DSM Directive with Article 17 stipulates some characteristics and frameworks for these content moderation practices of online content sharing service providers. Maybe also the Artificial Intelligence Act could be of interest when we look at the automated content moderation, though only in high-risk areas. This is not something I'm going to touch upon, but may be interesting for discussion. And lastly, of course, the horizontal framework, the refit of the e-commerce directive's liability exemptions that addresses platforms and very large online platforms. And this is the overlap we are interested in. And as a starting point, the DSA regulates and stipulates certain duties, I'm going to look at them in a second, for online platforms, and as a subcategory, these very large online platforms basically having more than 45 million users in the EU. But interestingly, OCSSPs are somewhere in there. They are an online platform. Maybe they're also a very large online platform. And the question is, what is the relation between the DSA's rules, the horizontal framework currently proposed, and the Copyright DSM Directive's Lex Specialis rules? And I think there's two things to be interested in when looking at content moderation very broadly. The first one is the liability regime, because the liability regime as such, of course, has an influence on how content is moderated. Now, it's quite clear that the hosting safe harbor in Article 5 of the Digital Services Act, basically the same as in Article 14 of the e-commerce directive, is not relevant to OCSSPs because it's excluded in Article 17, paragraph 3 of the Copyright Directive. Good Samaritan rule, for example, might be a little more interesting to look at. So the idea that encouragement of voluntary measures to make sure there is no illegal content on an online platform. We might discuss or ask whether that's even necessary in the context of Article 17, given its special setup. In the interest of time, I'm going to jump the rest of the provisions, but just note that the liability regime is part of forming what content moderation practices there are in the copyright sphere, and also might be relevant for OCSSPs despite the carve out to the e-commerce directive in Article 17. I think far more interesting is to look at the due diligence obligations. And the due diligence obligations are set out in the DSA proposal in the following fashion. It's basically asymmetric obligations starting at the very broad intermediary services. Those would be the services that provide either mere conduit, caching, or hosting functions. A little more obligations on hosting services that include online platforms. Then online platforms, the even more relevant player. And lastly, the very large online platforms with the most extensive due diligence obligations. And OCSSPs, I think, or we think, fall mainly into this category of either an online platform or very large online platform. But bear in mind that also the requirements for hosting or intermediary services might be relevant. And more concretely, what does this introduce? So for all intermediary services, the DSA stipulates point of contact, maybe not so relevant for content moderation, legal representatives neither, but then terms and conditions in Article 12. And Article 12 stipulates both that in the terms of conditions of that intermediary service, there needs to be information on what is used for content moderation purposes, what are the terms, the community standards, etc. And even more interestingly, in Article 12.2, there is a requirement somehow difficult to understand what the real nature is, obliging basically that these content moderation measures respect safeguards. Far more interesting it gets when we look at the due diligence requirements, obligations that apply to platforms. And here we can see an overlap where the DSM directive contains, for example, rules on statements of reason and similar, but also the DSA is a horizontal framework behind does it. Let me just point out two examples. So for the notice and action requirements and the statement of reasons, as a starting point, Article 17 doesn't go that far. Article 14 and 15 of the DSA contain much more detailed regulation. So this would be an argument for saying, well, this supplements the sector-specific lex specialis rules in the copyright DSM directive. On the other hand, we could also argue that the rationale for this vague regime in Article 17 is maybe intended to allow for some discretion for rights holders and platforms. Similarly, the internal complaint mechanism could be of interest, where there might be a question of whether a different approach between Article 17 of the Copyright DSM Directive and the DSA could be justified in light of the specific character of copyright concerned. I probably would argue against that, since we're talking about procedural setups of content moderation, not substantive rights. So to sum up, content moderation rules for online content sharing service providers in Article 17, we argue, are lex specialis. Nonetheless, the DSA rules would still apply to these online content sharing service providers insofar either the DSA contains rules that are not covered in Article 17, or where Article 17 has specific rules on matters, but leaves some margin of discretion for member states to implement. And importantly, we argue that these should even apply where Article 17 contains specific rules, but less precise regulation. And this is against the background of the goal of the DSA, which is to establish uniform rules for a safe and predictable, trusted online environment where fundamental rights enshrined in the Charter are effectively protected. And this is somehow clear, but there are some gray areas of inconsistency. So maybe in the ongoing process, it could be valuable to clarify that the DSA's horizontal rules apply mutatis mutandis also to those intermediaries that are covered by secondary legislation to the extent that no more specific rules are laid out. So what picture does this paint? A complex picture between the DSA and the Copyright DSM Directive rules, content moderation, much more than Article 17. Looking forward to discuss. Here's a link to our paper. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you so much, Sebastian. That is, extremely interesting and really warns us about the importance of contributing to the debate around the rules that will be shaped in the context of the forthcoming DSA, at least insofar as Article 17 is concerned, because if we look at other provisions in the directive, such as Article 15, the DMA might have something to say in that regard as well. Let's move on and remain on the topic of complexity. So Cedric, over to you, if you can tell us about the perspective of Google, which will need to comply with the rules that, yes, have been formally harmonized, but if we look at the final implementations or the draft implementations, there might be some divergence between member states' approaches.
Thank you, Professor Rosati, and thank you, Professor Ganga, for having me. First, so I'm supposed to discuss the presentations we just had. I would first comment on the title of the panel, which is completely biased in favor of filtering. Filtering is just one of the options that platforms have. Filtering cannot just be the only tool that platforms will apply to comply with Article 17. And I think in that respect, the guidelines are helpful because they remind everyone that there are all the tools that can be applied to assuage and to help rights holders enforce their rights on OCSSPs. The second comment I'd like to make, or actually based on the other part of the title, setting the rules, and how Professor Quintas and Schwemmers just described it. Setting rules. So which rules? Article 17 was just completed with guidelines, which create no distinctions in process or workflows that platforms have to implement to make sure claims, either blocking claims or licensing claims, can reach the right person in the companies. So, typically you dissect a process in different sequences in a workflow. And here we now have, something new in the guidelines, which is, for example, the difference between manifestly infringing content and all the forms of content, or earmarked content, and all the forms of content. I will get there. I will get back to that in 2 minutes. But just it means that the presentation or my comments today are different than those I would give tomorrow after the Peterson ruling, or I would have given earlier this month. So it's really in flux, and it makes the answer to the whole question: how do we apply? How do we comply with the rules? Even more difficult. And on this, I remember on a personal note that 2 years ago with Professor Quintas and Usovec, we were together in Brussels for what was possibly the first post-directive conference on how to implement the directive. And one of you said there, I will not disclose who, thanks to the directive, I have 10 years of scholarship ahead of me. I think 2 years later, you have 15 years. Why? Because as we're entering the phase where we are seeing texts that become applicable. So in 5 countries, the text is final. It's applicable. Article 17 is applicable in Hungary and Netherlands. Will soon be applicable in France, Germany, and Denmark. We already see big differences or discrepancies between what member states intend to do. And here, that's where my comment on Joao's paper begins. Professor Quintas seemed to imply that there was a hierarchy in Article 17, that users' rights and licensing are of a higher nature than preventing measures. Well, that might be the case legally, but politically, it may not be the direction of travel. And what member states make of Article 17 will also impact, could also impact what platforms would make of it. One example, which I find striking, is the difference between the German transposition and the Danish transposition. In Denmark, if there's an appeal against after the content was blocked, the law provides that the content must stay down. That's Denmark law. Or that in Germany, it's exactly the opposite. The central piece, or the very important piece of the German transposition, is that if there's a claim, the content stays up. And that's also because Germany, who you will recall was, I would say, less comfortable with the filtering piece of Article 17, decided to put licensing at a higher level than blocking, and that's also one of the trends we're seeing. In other words, we're seeing member states more or less comfortable with the very idea of filtering, and this colors, these conditions, what they expect platforms to do. And this could also inform what courts would do, etc., etc. So there's, in other words, the impact of platforms actually would say, first depends on, the content of the transposition themselves, what signal it gives to courts and others when they will have to interpret Article 17. And the other thing is that it's not just platforms that will decide the fate or the shape or the actual scope of the application. It also depends on what we will see. We just, 14 days after, maybe 14 days after the Dutch transposition and 20 days after the Hungarian transposition, depending on the level of activity of rights holders, do they really want to use this Article 17 4C, or they're more keen on using the licensing regime in the first part of that same provision? It will also, really taint or color the way platforms will comply or will have to comply with Article 17. What I mean here is that this is not really a new debate. You may recall that under the Article 14 of the e-commerce directive, one of the big there were major disputes around the liability or exemption of liability of marketplaces, auction platforms or classified sites. And what we saw was that some rights holders, not in the copyright industry, but in the luxury industry, were first putting pressure on small platforms to sort of have a sort of baby steps case law, which could, build a case to weaken the liability exemption of larger platforms. Where there was really a strategy of rights holders to influence, and it's normal, I won't blame them, but to influence how to interpret Article 14 of the e-commerce directive. Will we see that or not in our space? If we do, it will have an impact. In other words, if platforms are overwhelmed or flooded with requests from rights holders, they won't have the same, or they wouldn't have the same power or incentive to try to, for example, protect the rights of users, because they wouldn't simply have the chance to do so. So that's one of the things that we must keep in mind, is that the application of Article 17 will not just be what platforms want to make of it. It will also depend on the expectations that are sent to them. That's a political signal. All the language that we will see, for example, tomorrow in the Peterson ruling, or later on in the Polish case, and also the amount or the strategy of rights holders when it comes to putting users' rights first or not. There's one thing I forgot to mention about Article 17 and why the Peterson ruling tomorrow is important. You will have seen in the AG opinion in that case that there's a whole paragraph, a whole section of Article 17. It didn't come there by chance. It came there because the court wanted that to happen. The court, during the proceedings, wrote to the parties, said, we want you to address Article 17 during the pleadings. We want you to address it because we know the landscape is changing. In other words, expect tomorrow to see language on Article 17 because the court wants it. And that will also, change, or could also change the impact of the text we're discussing. So I will end once again this presentation on 17 with a big question mark. Thank you.
Thank you, Cedric. Perhaps, if the time allows, we can discuss the forthcoming Peterson or YouTube or Siando case, as you want to call it, at greater length. But before we do so, let me give the floor to Martin for his remarks.
Thank you very much, Eleonora. I hope you can hear me well. First of all, big thank you, everyone, Catherine and others, for putting this fantastic conference together. Really fantastic project. I thoroughly enjoyed all the presentations. Some terrific work is being done there. I will try to share my screen. Hope you can see it now. So let me allow some first 2 footnotes to this presentation. It might be a little bit lighthearted, so I'll try to sort of do something that Martin was considering and Zhao already kicked off with. But second, this is not to say that the entire directive has the same problem as Article 17. So there are many great parts in the directive that do not suffer from the same problem. But when it comes to Article 17, unfortunately, this is the reality. So as you can see in my title, I will talk about mess, and a particular kind of mess that I define as more digital single market fragmentation than before the copyright DSM directive. So it's very clear what I'm talking about. I'm talking about not whether the industrial policy is a good idea, as Martin said, Martin Kretschmer, whether costs outweigh the benefits, this will work or not. I'm asking myself, does it actually improve the digital single market? So the question is for fragmentation. That's my question here. And mess means that, if you're in a mess, that means that you're worse off than you were before. So let's have a look at this. This is why I compiled this presentation, because I needed some visual. Now, as we know, there are 2 cases pending, and they're sort of on a very fundamental, basic level. There are 2 possible outcomes in either of the 2. So first, in the YouTube Peterson case, the 2 fundamental outcomes are OCCSPs do already engage in communication to the public under the existing InfoSoc framework, or they do not. Okay, so those are 2 possibilities. Now, in the Polish challenge, there are also 2 basic possibilities of outcome, and that is Article 17 is constitutional, meaning that it's in line with the EU Charter, or it's unconstitutional. It's not in line. Now, there could be all sorts of reasons why you reach these different outcomes, but that's the basic matrix, right? So now let's walk quickly through what happens in each of these scenarios to see what future holds. So first of all, let's start with the upper left corner. So in case the Court of Justice decides that Article 17 is constitutional and OCCSPs already engage in communication to the public, well, the first thing is that Article 17 ironically becomes a safe harbor for YouTube and YouTube-like services, because everything around the safe harbor will be covered by Article 3 of the InfoSoc directive. So an interesting question will be that all the services that are not OCCSPs might have a big problem because they are actually subject to direct licensing without any liability mitigation mechanism. Of course, it depends on how exactly the language of the Peterson judgment would look like, but that could be one outcome. Well, with that outcome, you can imagine there will be a lot of litigation about the scope of such a safe harbor to narrow it down as much as possible, and obviously about the ensuing Article 3 InfoSoc case. What about the second scenario? The Court of Justice says, no, OCCSPs currently under the InfoSoc framework do not engage in communication to the public, but Article 17 is constitutional. Well, in this case, we basically end up with this sort of a very special rule for Article 17, which basically remains a specific regulation of YouTube-like services. And it will probably imply that member states are quite free to implement it broadly, because it's a directive, obviously respecting effect utile and everything. And it also means that that other services will remain in their original pre-DSM environment. Now, obviously, there will be a lot of litigation about Article 17 scope in this case too. Why? Because everyone wants to put everything into the Article 17 remit, right? Because that's the only special rule there is. Article 3 InfoSoc will be sort of limited for the Pirate Bay kind of scenarios. Now, what about the other 2 options that we have? So let's start with the Court of Justice says OCCSPs do not engage in communication to the public under the InfoSoc, but Article 17 is unconstitutional. Well, this one is really interesting. That means that Article 17 does not have to be implemented. That's the easy bit because it's invalidated. And Article 3 doesn't force that that YouTube and similar services are communicating to the public, so there's no need to license. But there's an issue. There are already existing national implementations. What to do with them? They are in a free fall and potentially might be preempted by the EU law. Which EU law? Well, obviously ECD or DSA. But it's not that easy, because if you think about it, the overlap is rather complicated. So you end up with a litigation about what is the level of preemption by the EU law when it comes to these pre-existing national implementations that sort of are in the free fall. Finally, the least likely scenario is that a Court of Justice in Peterson case says OCCSPs engage already under the existing framework in communication to the public, but Article 17 is unconstitutional. Well, in this case, nothing makes sense anymore. Why is that? Because obviously Peterson with this kind of outcome would lead to much stricter outcome than Article 17, because there will be strict liability period and no liability mitigation mechanism that can save Article 17. So if this happens, there's litigation basically about everything, and that's the only thing that is certain out there. So, you can think about this in all kinds of ways. You can think about the probabilities of each of these outcomes. You can think about, based on your position, which of these outcomes is preferable. But ultimately, I think there's just one thing that is certain, and that is if you try to rank this mess, obviously, number one, the worst mess is nothing makes sense anymore, right? So Article 17 is invalid, but Peterson says there's communication to the public. that obviously would be very hard to get out. And then I think the second worst scenario in terms of the fragmentation of the digital single market is the situation where the rest of the internet has a problem, meaning that Article 17 has become a safe harbor for YouTube, but everyone else is actually subject to Article 3 InfoSoc, and that is really big trouble for the internet and a good place for YouTube. My unscientific estimate says 20 preliminary references to solve this issue. The third possibility, probably much better than this one, is the situation where Article 17 is invalidated, but then national implementations are in a free fall, and you need to ask yourself, are they preempted by the e-commerce directive or the DSA? And I estimate 15 preliminary references to solve that issue. And finally, probably the less fragmentation coming out of the member states in a situation where Article 17 survives, and but it's a sort of a special category next to Article 3 in its own sort of special place, in which case member states probably are implicitly given much broader leeway to experiment, and that I estimate 10 preliminary references to resolve that. How far does it go? Now, ultimately, the main point is all of these scenarios are just much more worse than the pre-DSM solution, which was familiar mess, still admittedly mess, obviously, active, passive, we all had the debates about that. But from the perspective of fragmentation, mind you, just to make sure that I'm not misunderstood in terms of evaluating industrial policy, from the perspective of fragmentation, it's clear that this is just, all of these are much worse outcomes, at least in the short run. Maybe you say, well, we survived 20 preliminary references, 10 preliminary references, and we'll be there in 10 years. I don't know. Bonnier Audi or ProMusica to the latest case took 10 years, actually over 10 years, and we still didn't resolve the question of getting access to IP addresses properly. So I'm not so sure about that. So what does that mean? What is superior to this? Well, I'm probably, you will be, oh my God, Martin, what are you actually suggesting? New law, preferably regulation. That's not going to happen. That's impossible. Maybe that's totally naive from an academic, but looking at this mess and looking at all the outcomes that can probably come out of this, I almost feel like if you want to actually, if you care about digital single market, meaning you care about sort of uniform solutions for the single market, then I guess there's nothing better that you can do than this option. I'll leave that here. Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you, Martin. I think it is apparent from all your presentations that there are still many question marks. On one thing, I guess we are sure that between yourself and Joao, I think it was you who gave that remark to Cedric regarding work to be done for 15 years to come. So conscious of the time, I'm afraid there is no time for discussion among the panelists. So I thank you for your presentations, remarks, and I invite all the participants to share comments and questions directly through the chat function together with the speakers of this session. Thank you, everyone. Thanks, Caterina, for having.
Thanks a lot, Eleonora, for chairing this great panel, and to all the speakers for the great discussions. It was really thought-provoking, and I'm sure we'll be able to go on for at least another hour for how complex and controversial this topic is and all the question marks you raised. However, it's now time to move to the last but not least important panel and topic of the day, preservation of cultural heritage. Our chair is Andrea Wallace, Senior Lecturer in Law at the University of Exeter and co-director of the GLAM e-Lab, a member of the Center for Science, Culture and the Law at Exeter. She has a very strong expertise in copyright, art and cultural heritage law, digital humanities, visual studies, and museum studies. She has also extensively performed empirical research and published on issues related to open culture, the impact of digital technologies on the preservation, interpretation, and dissemination of cultural heritage, and the obstacle posed by copyright to access and reuse of cultural heritage in the public domain. In this context, she was also a fellow and editorial lead for Open GLAM research with the Wikimedia Foundation, and she currently serves as an active member of the steering group for the European Copyright Community. She regularly consults for the heritage sector on open access and digital collection management. Again, the perfect chair for this panel. Andrea, thanks a lot for being here with us. Welcome to you and to all our speakers and discussants for panel 4, and thank you for your patience for this delay we accrued. I hope that you could still enjoy the present part of the conference, and the floor, Andrea, is yours.
Thank you so much, Katerina. And yes, thank you for inviting all of us to discuss this topic. Thanks to everyone who stuck around until now. Luckily, it is being recorded, so if you have to pop off, you'll be able to catch up on the discussion on YouTube when it's been available. So the final panel today is on Article 6 of the Preservation of Cultural Heritage, and it's perhaps one of the shorter and less controversial articles of the CDSM directive. Article 6 obligates member states to provide an exception, allowing cultural heritage institutions to make copies of in-copyright works in their permanent collections for the purposes of preservation and to the extent necessary for preservation. One clear benefit, for example, is that institutions will be able to make copies of copyright-protected works at risk of deterioration long before they enter the public domain. So this might include digitizing older films or converting a born digital work to a new format for preservation purposes. Yet questions arise around the exception scope and its harmonization potential, as well as how national exceptions will be interpreted by institutions who tend to take risk-averse approaches when it comes to copyright's gray areas. Questions also arise around discrepant understandings of preservation. Digitization is not preservation. It produces a new asset that also requires maintenance and preservation, which significantly increases operational costs for heritage institutions already facing insufficient funding from governments, as well as for longer-term projects that increase the overall sustainability of digitization programs. Gaps in interpretation also arise around framings of European cultural heritage and cultural diversity in the CDSM, particularly its use in the preambles. A huge amount of non-European heritage is physically held in permanent collections, both in copyright and in the public domain, due to colonization and its ongoing legacies. So how should this reality inform community agency around digitization and preservation, and even understandings of digital transformation of the cultural sector and placemaking? And finally, the B word, Brexit. So given the limited scope of digitization exceptions for preservation and overall lack of strategic focus in the UK, what cross-border concerns might arise for both UK and EU member state heritage institutions? So with that, I'll introduce our presenters and discussants. Our presenters are Giulia Dore, the research fellow at the University of Trento, and Marta Iljetica, lecturer in law at the University of Glasgow with CREATE, who with the rest of the Trento team are leading the research for the Recreating Europe project on copyright and cultural heritage institutions. And our discussants are Ariadne Matas, policy advisor at Europeana, and Ben White, chair of the Copyright Working Group with LIBER, who have both years of experience working for and with the GLAM sector on copyright and heritage management. So I'll pass the floor to Giulia and Marta to go ahead and begin your presentations.
Thank you so much. I'm going to just share my screen. Excellent. Thanks so much, Andrea. Giulia and I would like to just briefly discuss the preservation of cultural heritage in Article 6, but to really focus on some of the preliminary results from a survey in Work Package 5 of Recreating Europe, and also to talk a little bit about the implementation of the CDSM directive. So I was going to, well, I'm grateful to Andrea because I was going to talk a little bit about Article 6 and what it is. Delighted to not to have to do that. That was an excellent summary. Here it is. The picture is there because it's a nice picture, and I think probably that's quite helpful at this late stage of the day. So you'll be familiar, of course, with many of us will be familiar with the Article 6 exception. And what I want to just briefly raise is that within Recreating Europe, the Trento and Sant'Anna teams have already been mapping existing national preservation exceptions, so across the different member states. And this is sort of interesting to think about in the context of sort of the landscape relating to preservation more generally. And there are a few points that are perhaps worth highlighting. the focus on non-commercial use, the fact that libraries and archives are often expressly mentioned. I mean, the specific report dealt with libraries and archives. Future reports will deal with galleries and museums. And in this respect, there were a number of interesting things that were found around particular member states, Denmark and Estonia, for instance, limiting the particular exceptions specifically to libraries and archives. Other states such as Austria and Czechia and France looking at the purpose of the conservation. By contrast, yet other member states such as the Netherlands, Romania, Finland, adding reference to the aims of the restoration and repair, etc. And then interestingly, in particular member states, we have exclusions of certain works. So for instance, in Austria, specifically, there's an exclusion for sheet music. And in Latvia, the works that have particular cultural or documentary significance are mentioned specifically. Okay, so this is sort of, I guess, where we have been. Of course, we now have Article 6, but what I'd like to do now is to pass the microphone on, as it were, to Julia to discuss our GLAM survey. So this is sort of new and actually really quite exciting.
Thank you, Marta, and thanks to Andrea and everybody who are still listening to us, even despite the time. Right, so let us continue. The first of the two reports, the one that Marta just mentioned, and which maps the current national legislation and focus on libraries and archives, has already shown how fragmented the European landscape is. And this is something that has come up today too, as it's proved and has been proved by this report, and will be proved even more by the upcoming report, the one that is focusing on galleries and museums. In fact, we'll see how Article 6 is a good example of this fragmentation, especially looking at the way that member state might implement it. What we are trying to support this kind of argument about the high fragmentation at the European level based on the first outcomes of our research. Marta mentioned that we ran a survey which was online until early January, and this survey was thought to really map and understand what is the impact of copyright law in digitization practices, and also to see what are the possibility, the alternatives to strict copyright law, at least looking at the specific practices of our stakeholders. We were right, and this is a good thing, I think, combining desk study with empirical analysis, because the responses that we obtain from the questionnaire and are combined with the semi-structured interviews that we are still running, proved that a traditional overview of legislation would not be enough to really understand the functioning of the activities that our stakeholders are conducting. So digitization, especially within the cultural heritage institution landscape, cannot be really fully understand without talking directly to our stakeholders. And I think that we really proved this point. I wanted to give you some other information about this survey, but the data that we collected and that we are analyzing will be made public. So we wanted definitely to share such data with you, but now we are starting really disseminating at least some of these reports that implement this kind of analysis. We limited the analysis to a sample of 125 European institutions, which is these institutions were a mix of galleries, libraries, archives, and museums. Based on specific reports that we will deliver, we will be able to really make a distinction based on the institution being museums or galleries, but at the very moment, our analysis is more general. So we are trying to cover all of these GLAMS institutions. We selected two main graphics, so two figures, and that we will be discussing with you. And the first one is the one that you are looking at, and regards the awareness of the directive. As you can see, and this might be a surprise for some of you, it was definitely surprising for us, only half of our respondents knew about the copyright directive. And this might mean that the hot and interesting debates that involve academics, including all of you, especially with regard to some specific provisions of the copyright directive, do not really reach our stakeholders. So this could be the reason why half of them confess that they did not know anything about the copyright directive. But semi-structured interviews are helping us to this extent, because they are showing that based on what our interviewers are saying, they are much more interested in the national law application rather than looking at the European broader level. And this is something that should tell us something. It means that we might need really to focus our research on the national application and also on the practical application, because we can already see at this stage of the research that practices, so even informal practices, are very relevant in this context. And sometimes they really collide, they conflict with the formal law. And this is something that our project is trying to consider. The results also shows us something else. So moving to the next slide, we also selected another figure, which I believe is also interesting and refers to the use or non-use of exceptions. It's important to remind here that our respondents are not individuals, but are organization, or better, individuals that speaks on behalf of the organization. And so our focus is here on the use or non-use that organizations make of exceptions. And it seems that only part of our stakeholders are relying on exceptions. We clarify this specific aspect through interviews, and our interviews specify that they are indeed relying more on contracts rather than exceptions, because they feel exceptions are ambiguous and dangerous to use. So like they are adverse to risk, as Andrea just anticipated. Another aspect that I think it's important to mention and emerge from the interviews in particular, just consider that these interviews are a follow-up of the question. So with the interviews, we are trying to understand better what really mean the data that we collected, because sometimes just having the quantitative element does not really tell you enough about a specific topic. And in this case, interviews really proves this point. In fact, it means that most of those who rely on exceptions perceive exceptions as a rule, not a derogation. And I think this is important to highlight. They also are usually very proactive to open their collection, to make them available. This means that they have a different approach to a cultural approach to exceptions, which I think it's worth highlighting. They also think that what they own, the collection they have, does not really belong to them nor to the state. It belongs to everybody. It belongs to the public, and this is why their mission is to share and to make sure that everybody can benefit from that. This also suggests, I think this can be said also, that we are going as a researcher in this project to face contrasting attitudes of our stakeholders, not only towards the law, towards copyright law, towards the directive, exception, etc., but also towards open policies. So towards the idea of opening up and making people engage with the collection they have. And this certainly also will reflect their attitude towards Article 6 implementation. The myth of harmonization. We wanted to give this title, but we probably could have used what the previous speaker was saying, the mess of harmonization. Still, to be a little bit critical towards what really this directive will mean in the near future. Combining the legal mapping, as it was in the deliverables, that were the reports we were mentioning with the survey and interviews, we can really tell that our job is only started. And most of us, perhaps, including me, were happy towards some of the provisions, such as this interesting, important, mandatory Article 6, and did not really think about the concrete application, the concrete implication of its implementation in the national law. But now we can start thinking perhaps more cautiously about it. And if the InfoSoc directive had shown so many gaps, with only one exception being mandatory, with all the fragmented landscape we all criticize, we cannot think that this directive, the new directive, means all gold, in the sense that Article 6 in particular will probably be a reason to believe that there will be more fragmentation. Not only because it's narrow and limited in its scope, but also because we have to face the reality that it is unlikely that all member states will implement going beyond what the provision says. So perhaps thinking about the way that usually member states implement the directives, and in particular copyright directive, it is unlikely, or at least this is my view, and I think that after discussing this with Marta, she also agrees to some extent, that it is more likely that the majority of the member state will stick to the provision as it is. And this is problematic because it limits the freedom, the possibility of really doing something more with the collection that are going to be copying to be preserved. We could have done better, just recalling what Professor Zavalberder said at the very beginning of this event. So in the ideal scenario, member state would implement Article 6 to expand uses, to expand beneficiaries of these exceptions, perhaps following the German example, the German approach. But I think that the options on this regard are so many that in any case, even considering like the possible best scenario, we are likely to have very different and fragmented application of this provision. So there is still a chance that Article 6 remains unused. Also be considering the approach I just mentioned of our stakeholders. So if it's unused, perhaps because the legislator just copy and paste the provision, or also it is adequately lobbied, or even the court might really consider this not to be a provision to interpret in a more in a broader and more flexible way. But still, there is, in our view, room to imply that there will be a very fragmented landscape. The one that we are facing with regard to Article 6 is unfortunately this. So. Thanks.
And just to end, I want to add a slightly different point, expanding on what Julia has just said, and that is that one of the reasons this kind of implementation of Article 6 matters is that it may well have an impact, intentional or not, on placemaking and the ability of communities to access and to shape their heritage. And the particular result from the survey that I'd just like to highlight is that when the respondents were asked whether some of their digital resources focus on the place or country where their organization is located, such as a local history archive, digitized artworks by local artists, city maps, and the like, 77% of respondents said yes. So we think that probably there is something there, but I'm going to leave it at that.
Wonderful. Thank you both. Also, because my timer went off immediately at the conclusion, so ideal time for both of you. I'll now hand it over to Ariadna to begin the discussion.
Thank you so much, Andre, and thank you to Recreating Europe for the invitation, because it's really an honor to be speaking alongside so many fascinating and great panelists. So I'll be quite brief, and I would like to comment on some of the things that were raised during the presentation, and I also had a couple of thoughts that already link very well to, I think, what was presented so far. And some of the references I will make are perhaps less linked to the text of Article 6, but more linked to the concept and practice of preservation. However, starting with the text of Article 6, it's a pity that a provision that could have been the simple, straightforward, and good news provision in the CDSM directive will still perhaps lead to important differences and inconsistencies across member states. Perhaps I think the exception is still very welcome for the heritage sector, and it will definitely perhaps level harmonization on this topic up a little bit. But as always, yeah, we can go deeper and find some dangers, and if not dangers, perhaps missed opportunities. Some of the things we're particularly watching out for, there are maybe 2 points, and a third one that is slightly separate, but the first one is the fact that digitization never happens in an isolated way. It happens together with many other activities. So it's never about just making a copy. And in this sense, I think it will be really important if transposition texts embrace the concept of preservation in a broad way. I think this has been said just recently and had been defended by many library organizations as the directive was being discussed. But I think I saw maybe I don't know if it's in the final German text or in the draft law. I sometimes get confused about which text I'm actually checking, but I saw some explicit references about indexing, cataloging, and restoration as part of preservation or alongside preservation, under which copies could also be made. So I think these explicit references are definitely very welcome. And there's this dangerous word, which is permanently held in the collection when we talk about the actual works that can be preserved, which is very dangerous and maybe is definitely a missed opportunity for activities such as the digital legal deposit. So we'll be definitely watching out for that. But in any case, I also wanted to make a point about the importance of seeing digitization or preservation holistically and not as an isolated act, which is something that copyright law has perhaps not been embracing. And in the case of digitization, it's an area where this isolation becomes very obvious, because digitized content could be kind of the ground for a lot of further uses of a specific material. For instance, I was earlier looking at Dutch National Strategy for Heritage Digitization, which was published in March this year. And I haven't read it fully, but it starts at the very beginning with by saying that user is at the center of the whole strategy. So in the end, digitization goes the opposite way. We start by looking at the result we want to get, and in the end, it's connecting this heritage to the user, and then go backwards towards the very origin of our activities and perhaps conservation, preservation, and digitization. So whenever we go back to these activities, we plan them in a way that as a result, they will be connected to that user. So it's not digitization or preservation just for the sake of it, it's digitization for everything that will come next. So it needs to be flexible and connected to further uses. So as a result, when heritage is digitized under a preservation exception, for instance, we need to be able to link this exception to everything that will come next. So we need to be able to link exceptions, and that is something that our copyright law might not be fully ready for. We've got some case law, but we don't have as much legal security as one would wish probably in this realm. So for instance, if we digitize some content, we want to be able to make it available online. That is a very straightforward one. So a preservation exception needs to be very well linked to out-of-commerce works provisions or orphan works provisions. And in the case of our out-of-commerce works provisions, we have a specific safeguard that reproductions can be made in this context. But how about other uses that don't have that, that don't bring that safeguard? So we might want to use these digitizations in text and data mining activities, or we want to be able to use these reproductions in the classroom in an educational context. And in addition, given that unfortunately, and as Andrea mentioned at the very beginning, money does not keep coming for most cultural heritage institutions, what is digitized is defined in a very strategic way. So maybe a heritage institution might prioritize digitizing collections that are out of copyright because they know that they will be able to make them available online with more legal safeguards. But in turn, this can also have long-term consequences. What is not digitized is not only more threatened by not being preserved, but it is also outside of the scope of all the things we might want to be able to do with digital technology. So for instance, if we talk about bias in AI, we see that more and more projects working with text and data mining technologies rely on digital cultural heritage to train their models. So at Europeana, for instance, we're using the material that is available on our website to train models that we then want to make available to the heritage sector. But everything that is not on our website, everything that has not been digitized will not have a say in how this model is trained. Let's say it won't be present in what comes next. So I think this can also, whatever is not present in the digital world, whatever has not been subject to this digitization, to these huge efforts that many cultural heritage institutions have been undertaking, will then not be present in the discourses that will come next. So these are just a few thoughts, not very conclusive, but to follow up on the conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ariadna. I'll now ask Ben to go ahead and respond.
Thank you very much for inviting me today. I suppose what I want to start off with is thinking about preservation and GLAM activities at the global level. You would imagine, or you would hope, that preservation is something non-contentious. But actually, as we've seen with the not fit for purpose nature of preservation exceptions globally, and even with the Digital Single Market Directive, that unfortunately even preservation gets caught up in the policy capture that we see in and around copyright policy formation globally. So, for example, I've been in a room with the International Publishers Association, IFLA, the International Federation of Libraries Associations, the STM Association, where we asked the publishers to support at the World Intellectual Property Organization the Library Treaty, which is now called the Preservation Treaty. And they said that they could not even support a treaty on preservation. And I think, you know, that is because of the issues that Ariadna's just raised, that preservation isn't an end in and of itself, that preserving a copy is pointless unless it can be accessed and used. So unfortunately, at the international level, even in 2021, if we look at the recent survey done of 191 countries globally, 2 of those countries had no copyright provisions at all, and 28 had no library exceptions. And 21 of the countries had some form of general exception which allowed libraries and archives to copy, and 102 had specific archive exceptions. So that's almost half of states around the world do not have a dedicated preservation exceptions. And the kinds of problems are globally, the kind of problems that we've seen in Europe that Marta sort of alluded to. Often when we look at the legislation, it's limited to certain types of works. I think Marta gave the example Austria doesn't allow sheet music to be preserved. Or often the format is an issue. So Italy, before the implementation of the Digital Single Market Directive, only allowed photocopying by libraries for preservation purposes. Some countries don't allow unpublished material to be preserved. And only 53 of the 191 countries had any legislation covering off circumvention of technical protection measures. Half of those, of course, would have been the EU. And until the Digital Single Market Directive, in terms of preservation, the provisions for circumvention of technical protection measures are not worth the paper that they're written on. They're opaque, and essentially paragraph 4 of Article 6.2 only allows governments to intervene where the preservation medium or the exception medium is offline digital media. So pretty, I guess overall I would give it globally kind of D+, as we would say in England, for the ability to do preservation. And I guess I would rank the digital single market as perhaps C+, or maybe B-. So on the positive, it allows any format or medium preservation. So in Italy, photocopying is not the medium of preservation going forward. You can preserve digitally. It doesn't allow preemption by contracts of copyright law, which is very good. And of course, it's the same in the text and data mining exception, Article 3. And it does allow now, in theory, because of this Article 6.2 that I mentioned earlier on, it now allows member states to intervene to allow preservation of digital content that's been made available. As I said before, it was limited to offline digital, but now governments can allow circumvention for material that's made available. But the problem there is, if you can establish what the process is under member state law, many member states don't make it clear, if you have a problem with technical protection measures, how you actually approach governments in order to get permission to do circumvention. Another area which I think is very important is recital 28, where it says that libraries and archives and GLAMs can rely on entities, third parties, to do preservation, including those in other member states. It doesn't take the tack that you see regarding Article 5, which actually in the articles talks about the jurisdiction of the country of upload governing the use of the materials. So in this instance, it's sort of hidden in recital 28, but that we were very glad and we lobbied very strongly to get some kind of reference to cross-border preservation, because that is the nature of digital preservation. It's very expensive. It's a very complex data science, and it isn't going to take place, at every single library or indeed in every single country. I suppose Ariadna spoke very eloquently to preservation not being an end in and of itself. I mean, I will just give one example. Article 3 and 4 is silent on reproductions of analog material in order to do text and data mining. Well, we can think about the preservation exception under Article 3 being a way perhaps to digitize analog material to then make it available for text and data mining. The directive doesn't deal with preservation and web harvesting of member state domains. We would have liked it to have been broadened, not only just to preservation, but all forms of reproductions actually by cultural heritage institutions. It was limited just to preservation. And we would have liked to have seen something in there about web harvesting, because of course the internet is a hugely valuable data set, and the only institutions in most member states that can preserve the internet under very, very poor limited conditions are legal deposit libraries. So I think that was a missed opportunity. And I guess my final point is again a point that Ariadna raised, and the problem that lack of exhaustion on licensed materials is creating for libraries. People in the UK will be very aware of the ebook SOS campaign, which is again an issue because essentially books and digital content is not subject to exhaustion. So you can't lend an ebook, despite ECJ rulings on this for various different reasons. And again, with preservation, in the article, it pins it to material that's permanently held in the collection. And of course, research libraries and public libraries now don't permanently hold or buy content, they lease it. And I think this is a real problem that we have to address going forward, how we think about the lack of exhaustion on content that libraries subscribe to, and what does that mean for not only preservation, but lending and other forms of use that researchers and members of the public routinely undertake with the help of libraries.
Thanks to all the panelists, because, you know, as we kind of started out, Article 6 on its face is one of the shorter articles that, you know, seems a bit simple in terms of what it permits and what it obligates member states to do. But I think everyone made some very prescient connections between how stakeholders interpret and think about the responsibilities that arise around these things, especially where those gaps are in relation to practice. So I want to begin with a question that Emily Hudson has posted in the chat, and she asks, are you asking how much institutions do it with respect to preservation anyway, or the degree to which the decision-making is restrained by resourcing and access to facilities or technologies? Preservation is a key area where social norms might displace or supersede inadequate laws, and she highlights Marta's other research on extralegal ordering. So I'll just open that up for anyone to kind of take the floor and respond if they'd like to.
If I may, very briefly, yes, I answered to her question. We are asking this specific question both in the questionnaire and also in the interviews to really understand what they meant when they replied to our questionnaire. And what I can tell you about that is that also surprisingly, to some extent, only a few of them, so approximately out of 100 is the 30% of them who declared, at least in the questionnaire, that they were using a specific measure to preserve and to protect their collection. And also, if we look at, and I'm looking now at the other graphs that I did not share with you, but I can have a look at the numbers. When we ask about technological protection measures also, they said that only few used protections such as passwords and encryptions, but the majority did not apply any measure at all. When looking at the collection that they have already digitized and trying to protect and to preserve. With regard to preservation also, the interviews are actually much more useful to some extent, because in the interviews they are exactly describing us how they are preserving the resources, but at least this analysis is limited to the countries, the institutions in the countries that have preservation provisions. So they are trying to describe the way they actually do it, which is not necessarily consistent to the, as you imagine and as you correctly assumed, with the formal provision that would allow them to preserve this collection. But it's definitely something that we will still be analyzing in much more details based on these first outcomes.
And just to add that, also building on that, it will specifically also come up in the placemaking part that I mentioned at the end. But as Julia says, I think certainly what we're already finding is that this is so very clearly important.
Well, thank you all to all the panelists and everyone who's still here at this point. Given the time constraints, I'm going to go ahead and pass back to Katerina so that she can do the wrap up for the event.
Thank you, Andrea, and thank you all. I must for sure thank you for enduring until now and for your patience with the delay we accrued. It was for a good cause, because the discussions we had in all the panels with the keynotes and the intermezzo were articulated and full of thought-provoking hints and suggestions, both for our research and in general for the debate surrounding the CDSM directive and the future review of copyright law. So it was worth the waiting and the bearing until now. We had in certain peaks approximately 200 participants and several others on YouTube. The discussion will still go on for sure, and will keep on also on our website, www.recreating.eu. I will follow up with all you chairs and discussants, and I invite you to still take a couple of minutes to fill the form Liber has prepared for us as a feedback to this event to make our next rendezvous of the project better and better. So this is just to tell you that I'm really enthusiastic for how the event did, and I hope you enjoyed at least half as I did. We will post the videos of this event online on our YouTube channel in approximately a week and a half, and you will also have a wrap-up of the event very soon in writing with links to all the presentations for those who made it available, and particularly the work of Recreating Europe, which we took the opportunity to present today. Thank you once again, you all, and hope that this was just the beginning of a discussion all together, which will keep on in the future. Thank you and have a great evening.